to Souvenir City. Running to second base, and they got him. They struck him out. Oh, what a play by Rafael Perez. From Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland, Ohio, it's Cleveland Indians baseball. Tonight, the Tribe wraps up a day-night doubleheader as they go for the sweep against the Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. The Indians with their win last night over Detroit, and then they beat them again here this afternoon. So they've now beaten the Tigers 81 times in the history of this ballpark. That's their most wins against any opponent here at Progressive Field, and this afternoon was really a well-played game.
Well, they had to come back. They were down early, 3-0. It took good pitching from Fausto Carmona. It was going to take clutch hitting. Trevor Crowe gets the go-ahead run right here. Matt LaPorta will score, so now you have to turn it over to the bullpen. They did a terrific job. Joe Smith comes in, strikes out Cabrera. He did his job. Yeah, you get Rafi left. He gets out of the 8th inning, and then you're going to bring in the other Perez from the right side, Chris Perez, in the 9th inning. He gets a strikeout, although there goes a tying run into scoring position, but gets the last out. Santiago flies to left field. That is save number 8 for Chris Perez, and the Indians have beaten the Tigers 2 straight ball games.
And if you're wondering why Chris Perez was in there closing out the ball game, if you haven't heard, Kerry Wood placed on the disabled list with a blister on his index finger of his throwing hand. Now, the pitching matchup for tonight, you've got Mitch Talbot going for the Indians, Rick Porcello going for the Detroit Tigers. And, Rick, the one thing that jumps out at you with Porcello, he's given up 97 hits in only 70 innings of big league work.
Well, a little different year for Porcello. He's going to be making his first start since getting called back up from the minor leagues, going up against Mitch Talbot. Porcello, 1-0 this year against the Tribe, 4-0 in his career. Mitch Talbot, 1-1 against the Tigers this year, 5-2 against the Central. And Mitch Talbot, his last start came right before the break.
All right, Beach Weekend continues here at Progressive Field, and the Indians having a ball so far since the All-Star break. We're back with play-by-play action coming up next. Great engineering today at your authorized dealer. Austin Jackson, Ryan Rayburn, Maglio Ordonez at the top of the order. Miguel Cabrera, Brennan Bosch, Brandon Inge fill the middle. Then it's Don Kelly, Gerald Laird, and Danny Worth at the bottom. Jackson, the leadoff, looks at a first pitch strike. He has gone 3 for 8 in the series. He has been impressive with the bat and with the glove. Sliced foul down the right side. Our game time temperature here this evening is 86 degrees. It was in the low 90s most of the afternoon. It was a scorcher here in northeastern Ohio. One ball, 2 strikes. The count on Jackson. A key guy to keep off the bases in this Tiger lineup. He has 16 steals. Smack down the left field line. He's headed for extra bases this time. And he'll roll into second base with a leadoff double.
Jackson, just one of those guys, finds a way to hit the ball where it's pitched. A lot of times he will shoot the ball the other way with 2 strikes. This at bat, he's going to turn on it. Mitch Talbot looks like he gets a ball, look like a changeup down and in. And it speeds up the bat of Jackson. He will end up on second base, leading this game off with his 22nd double. This will be the 3rd start of the year for Mitch Talbot against the Tigers.
The right-hander's pitch is low and away for ball 1 to Ryan Rayburn, who comes in with just a .208 average. Rayburn, Don Kelly, Gerald Laird, Danny Worth all getting their first action in the series here tonight as Jim Leyland gives some of his starters a break from the day-night doubleheader action.
Well, and then you got to turn around and you've got a 1 o'clock day game tomorrow. So, you know, you're playing 4 games in a matter of less than 3 days.
All the good from the 4-day layoff is almost undone here in a brief period of time.
Well, doubleheaders has a tendency, it could do that if the starters don't give you any length, although Carmona did go 7 today.
The 1-1. Blew it by him. Fausto Carmona gave up 3 runs in the first inning. The Tigers did not score again in today's first half of the doubleheader. What was interesting is that Carmona and Verlander combined for 11 walks.
Right. Yeah, they were both wild. Carmona had 6.
Verlander 5. Yeah, it was 1-2 pitch. Tapper foul. And yet, you know, you would expect with that many walks in the game, well, there had to be a lot of runs scored, and yet that was not the case. The Indians
there was
turned 3 double plays.
Solid defense played by both teams. And, you know, pitchers made some great pitches. Verlander actually gave up a run on a wild pitch. Is how the Indians tied the game up.
Yeah, that's right. Leadoff man at second base for Detroit. 1-2 count on Ryan Rayburn. And now he steps away. Andy Marte, much maligned during his time in Cleveland, had a spectacular game this afternoon, recording 1 putout, 5 assists. He started 3 double plays, including a spectacular one where he made a backhanded diving stop to take a potential 2-run double away from Miguel Cabrera, turning an inning-ending double play, and that might have been the play that turned the tide and changed that game. Here's the 1-2 now.
Hit him.
Yes, it did.
That's too bad. Wanted to go back inside, and then we've seen Mitch at times struggle with command early in the ball game. When you have 2 strikes, you're trying to keep this guy from hitting it to the right side. He wanted him to pull his changeup, but he got it inside a little too much. That's the same pitch that he tried to throw to Jackson, inside, down and in. And you'll see it gets him on the back arm. Right off the forearm, it goes down, so now they have their first 2 men aboard.
Yeah, and it brings up Maglio Ordonez, who will serve as the designated hitter tonight in this nightcap of the doubleheader. Swung on and missed.
Yeah,
the Indians chose to keep Carlos Santana in the lineup for the second half of the doubleheader, but he'll DH tonight with Chris Jimenez behind the plate and Travis Hafner is pushed to the bench. 2 on, nobody out, and the 0-1 pitch. Good strike by Talbot right over the outside edge. Jimenez and Talbot taking a long time to get on the same page. Now they're ready. Low and away. 1-2 the count.
Talbot's last start coming 10 days ago. That was right before the All-Star break down in. Actually, it was in Texas before we went to Tampa in the 4-game series down there.
Trying to work his way through this first inning jam. Here's the 1-2. Missed again. Count evens up. Well, last night it was Jake Westbrook who really had a rough first inning, throwing a lot of pitches. Today, Fausto Carmona gave up 3 runs in the first inning.
They're not on their scheduled day. And, now whether it has anything to do with it, I don't know. But, you may do a side session or you may throw on the side, but it's not the same as going into the game when you're halfway into your routine.
Boy, oh boy, full count. Had him down. Now he's off the hook. And a 3-2 count. Miguel Cabrera waiting on deck. Trouble here at the outset. Talbot with the payoff pitch. Runners go. And it's ball 4, and they're loaded. A double, a hit batter, and now a walk. Now you've got no choice but to pitch to Miguel
That's
Cabrera.
Exactly what I was going to say. You certainly always try to keep those table setters off the base when you're facing a guy like this, but no chance. The double, a hit batter, a walk. And let's take a look at tonight's starting pitcher, brought to you by the Strip Indians Team Shop in North Canton. Mitch Talbot making start number 18, and he is in a heap of trouble early. Bases are loaded and nobody is out. He's 1-1 this year against the Tigers. And he's going to have to try and minimize damage in this inning. Detroit has scored in the first 2 games of this series in the first inning. You had mentioned Westbrook, 32 pitches. He struggled, gave up a run. Fausto gave up 3 runs in the first.
And the ball in the dirt. Miguel Cabrera just 1 for 6 so far with a runner in scoring position in this series.
Well, you would certainly take an atom ball right here and turn a double play.
Fausto Carmona knows a thing or two about getting that double play ball. But Talbot right now delivering the 1-0, and it's too high, and he's all over the place. Miguel Cabrera, as Red Barber would say, is sitting in the catbird seat now. 2-0 count. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Talbot with a perfect pitch over the outside corner.
Yeah, but when you're the hitter and you have that count in your favor, you don't have to swing at a pitch like that because you say, okay, I'm going to take it.
Look at that, a .450 career average in bases loaded situations. 2-1. Ripped foul. He was out in front of it. And the count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I guess if you're Mitch Talbot, not that he's sitting there with that stat staring him in the face, but if he's successful 45% of the time with the bases loaded, you've got to think, well, 55% of the time he makes an out.
Well, guys are 1 for 10 off Talbot this year with the bases loaded.
Interesting. I think that goes back to his very calm demeanor. Again, the 2-2. Fouled back.
It seems like they hit well when they're on base. With runners on, they're hitting .315. Runners in scoring position, .364. But with the bases loaded, for whatever reason, they're 1 for 10.
Well, with Mitch Talbot, the one thing that we've noticed with him is that the pulse rate does not seem to rise when there are guys on base or if he is potentially in a tough spot. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Mitch Talbot fans Miguel Cabrera with the bases loaded for out number 1.
Well, let's look at that sequence as he's going to fall behind early. Misses, a little breaking ball away. It misses with a cutter up. He nails the outside corner with a fastball. There's a changeup down and in. He fouled off another heater and goes right at him. Little cutter outside, got him. Now you want that Adam ball.
Brennan Bosch 0 for 7 in the series. Broke his bat, popped him up.
Oh, beautiful infield fly rule.
It is in effect. Laporta makes the catch. 2 down.
Let's take a look at the Taco Bell Indians defensive lineup. And the outfield, it's going to be Crow, Brantley, and Kearns. On the infield, it's going to be Marte, Hernandez, Nixon, Laporta. Jimenez gets the start behind the plate in the night game because Santana caught the day game. When you're making a choice for late night, Taco Bell is the late night place to be.
2 down, bases still loaded. Brandon Inge steps to the plate. Swing and a miss. Rick, on that infield fly rule there with Laporta, you know, he was going back. He was getting a little bit farther out. And a first base umpire waited before he finally made the infield fly. Is there
until he's underneath it. An infielder has to be underneath it. I remember that call when Vizquel was here against the Baltimore Orioles. They never called it. You know, because he was, going back.
Yeah, because he would catch it with his back to home plate.
Right, sometimes. You know, there's as long as they see the infielder underneath it, then they will call it. But if he's still moving out, they're not sure. They're not going to make the call too quickly. Because the runners can advance once they do it at their own risk. But once Matt got underneath it, then he called.
Then he got the hand up. Chance to get out of it, but a tough out, and Brandon Inge. Swing and a miss, a ball and 2 strikes. Inge is 2 for 7 in the series. But historically, he has been very tough on the Tribe. This year in particular, Inge, a .306 batter against the Indians. Everybody's sporting those beach hats here tonight. Here's the 1-2. Close pitch, didn't get the call. And it evens up at 2-2.
That was the teaser, the tantalizer. Tried to get him to be aggressive and swing at that changeup, but Inge did not.
And the 2-2. Rip foul. Almost picked off Austin Jackson in foul territory. But Jackson showing quick feet to get out of the way. Ryan Rayburn, the runner at second, with Maglio Ordonez down at first. Tigers loaded the bases with nobody out. Cabrera struck out. Bosch popped out. And now a 2-2 count to Brandon Inge. 28th pitch of the inning coming up here for Mitch Talbot. Inside out swing is fouled away.
Yeah, it's almost like Inge now is like giving in with the 2 strikes, just trying to put it in play. He can go up there and be a free swinger. That's why he will strike out a lot. Talbot settling in 9 of his last 11 pitches in the strike zone. See, there's just a protect mode there.
That ball was almost by him.
Too close to take.
Yeah. Ground ball, third base, Marte to second, inning over. What a job by Mitch Talbot. And I bet his pulse rate never got above 68. Tigers leave them loaded. Indians coming to bat.
got some talent out there doing the sand work. Last night we had Popper out
He's
there.
still working. Look at him. To your left.
Popper's on his knees. There he is. I got you.
Yeah, he's still working at it.
He's got the spade out. He's doing some work. Good for him.
All right, Indians starting lineup presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Michael Brantley, Jason Nix, and Carlos Santana, who will DH. Austin Kearns, Matt Laporta, and Trevor Crow. Then it's Andy Marte, Chris Jimenez behind the plate, and Anderson Hernandez gets the start at short, batting ninth.
Well, Rick Porcello is making the start, making his 14th start this year. And this young man, 4-7. This is probably the first time he's ever struggled in his career. They sent him back. He's a sinker ball pitcher that had a lot of success last year. Beat the Indians 3 times. And, you know, has had some problems. Has given up a lot of hits. 97 hits in his 70 innings.
Big chopper to short. Worth takes care of Brantley, 1 away.
Let's take a look at the Tigers' defensive lineup, brought to you by Huntington Bank. It's Kelly, Jackson, and Bosch in the outfield. It'll be Inge, Worth, Rayburn, and Cabrera on the infield with Laird behind the plate.
Now Jason Nix, just 1 for 8 in the series, will be the batter now. And Rick Porcello delivers a fastball that's outside for ball 1. Pop back out of play.
Porcello last year led American League rookies with 14 wins. They really counted on him, and they backed him off. They never really pitched him more than, what was it, about between 90, 95 pitches in every start. He really did a good job. Only 4 times this year has he pitched more than 100 pitches.
Well, you look at in 08 in the Florida State League, he pitched 125 innings. So last year with the big league club, he hit 170 innings of work as Nix chased the high fastball. 2 down. The umpiring crew for the second half of this doubleheader here tonight: Brian Runge behind the plate, Mike Malinsky at first, Jerry Lane, the crew chief, at second. Todd Tishner is at third. Brings up Carlos Santana. Santana 0 for 5 so far in this series. And that takes care of that.
Well, he heard you say 0 for, and he didn't like it.
That ball was scorched up the middle.
There was a sinker he left up. And as many sinker ball pitchers do. I mean, we have a team full of them. When you look at Westbrook, Carmona, Masterson, when they get the ball up in the zone, it stays flat, it goes lateral, guys will find ways to get base hits. They will give up hits, but the one thing about them, they can get the ground ball and get 2 outs with 1 pitch.
Kearns takes a first pitch strike. Austin 1 for 5. That one was a home run, a 2-run shot last night, opposite field job that just cleared the right field wall. And a chopper foul. Rick Porcello grew up in New Jersey. Was the #1 pick of the Tigers in 07 out of Seton Hall. Seton Hall Prep, I should say, which is in West Orange, New Jersey. Gatorade National High School Player of the Year. And he was one of those guys who, well, the reason he fell to the Tigers that year at 27, because you have to remember in 06, that was the year the Tigers
went to the World Series.
That's exactly right.
But he fell to them at the bottom of that first round because he was a Scott Boras client, and a lot of people thought he wasn't going to sign, that he was going to go to college, or that he was just going to hold out for such exorbitant money. But the Tigers said, hey, let's give it a shot. Took almost $3 million to get him signed, but they got their man. I'm sorry, did I say 3? Over $7 million to get him signed. $3 million,
well,
they wouldn't even
took
blink.
him $3 million to give him a pen, and then it took about another 4 to get him signed.
Bouncing ball up the gut. The shortstop, Danny Worth, steps on the bag to end the inning. And after 1, no score in Cleveland. Play hard, eat fresh. By Continental Airlines. Work hard, fly right. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. No score, second inning. Don Kelly, one of just 2 left-handed bats in the lineup for Jim Leyland's Tigers. But on the bench, he's got 2 left-handed bats, 2 switch hitters. The 1-1. Changeup missed away, 2 balls and a strike. Popped in the air. That's going to go out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No score. Second inning. What a job Mitch Talbot did to get out of the first. Tigers loaded the bases. First 3 batters of the ball game. Strikeout, pop out, ground ball. See you later.
Well, when you think about it, he got out of that first inning with the bases loaded. Nobody out, less than pitches that Westbrook threw last night in the first.
Ball kicked off the heel of Laporta's glove, and because of that, it slowed down, and that enables Kelly to get into second base. Ball came up and just caught him, looked like right on the heel of the glove or maybe on the wrist.
It'll be the second straight leadoff double for the Tigers.
Get a look at it right here.
There it goes. And, you know, you're in the sunshine. It may be tough to pick up the baseball right now as well, coming off the bat. He has the sunglasses on. We mentioned it during the course of the summer. You're sitting over there at first base. It's coming off the above the terrace club there. So it may be tough to pick it up off the bat.
Laird to swing and a miss. Batting 192. There's a look at how it is at first base when you're looking across the diamond.
I mean, it's not going to be quite that tough when you're looking straight into the hitter, but it's still, you're going to have some glare, and it may be a little tough to pick it up early in the ball game, especially a ball that's hit
that hard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
In the air, right field. Kearns had him played perfectly. Tagging. Kelly's going to head for third. Here's the throw by Kearns. Oh, and Marte had to back up on it, so Kelly gets in there. He made a good, strong throw to the bag.
Yeah, good effort, but you know what? It was just a little too long. If it was about 5 feet shorter, it would have got a nice hop to Marte. Andy had to go back and play that hop. He had a lot on this throw, but watch, it's just a little too far to him. And that's a tough hop. He wouldn't have been able to get it and put the tag down. It had to be a little shorter or a little down.
So Detroit with a runner at third and one out. That makes Gerald Laird feel a little bit better.
Yes, it does. Job done. Get him over.
Danny Worth. Looks at a first pitch strike. Danny Worth, a second-round pick out of Pepperdine back in 07, the same year the Tigers drafted Rick Porcello. Swung on and missed, 0-2 the count. What Jim Leland really likes about Danny Worth is his glove and his gritty determination, as he calls it. But he's trying to get that run home from third here. Pitches inside, 1-2.
I was going to say he'd like him a lot more if he gets that bat and hits a little ground ball up the middle.
Well, it's not that he's played a whole bunch, but in 73 at bats, 274
when
average.
you have young players and they're in situations, it takes a while to learn. You remember they started the year out with the second baseman Sizemore they thought was going to be a big player.
Marte charging, throws home, got him. Jimenez applies the tag, 2 down. So Andy Marte sparkling defensively here today in the first game of the doubleheader, and now makes a fine running throw to home plate to retire Don Kelly for out number 2.
Well, it's an easy play. It's a one-hopper, and your play is at home. You know, the runner, you're watching everything in front of you. You just catch the ball, you throw it, you get the out at home. He gets Kelly. You see Marte on the hop, just give him a good solid throw, and he has time. That's going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Tigers now 0 for their last 12 with a runner in scoring position in this series. And while I agree with you that was a quote-unquote easy play, too many times we've seen the easy play go awry for this team, especially in the last couple of months.
Anytime you're a defender, you have to make the routine play. That was a routine play. You know, it's in front of you. Just give a good throw. Let the catcher apply the tag. Sometimes, you know, it gets away from you. But as a major league player, your job is to make the routine plays. And if you can do that on a consistent basis, everything is fine.
Were we in Texas or was it Tampa when Andy spiked the ball to home plate?
Tampa.
On a similar situation.
Had
was
the
a rundown?
But Masterson got the ball, ran Crawford back to third base. He gave him the ball, and Crawford kicked it into gear, and Marte spiked it. And that was early in the game. It's the first inning, as a matter of fact.
The 1-0 pitch. Fouled back. So Danny Worth, the runner at first with 2 down. And Austin Jackson now trying to deliver. Ground ball single into right field. Worth stops at second base. Boy, Austin Jackson now 5 hits in the series, taking that ball to the opposite field. He has doubled and singled in his first 2 trips here tonight.
This young man, he's going to be not that he isn't already, but when he gets around and if he stays healthy, he's got a chance to be a really solid baseball player on both sides of the ball.
So Ryan Rayburn hit by a pitch in his first at bat will be the hitter now with 2 on and 2 out. And Mitch Talbot with his 44th pitch of the night misses low for ball 1.
We have seen Mitch have games like this where he struggles early to try and find command, but we also will settle down, and he has the capabilities of going out there and having a 6, 7, 8 pitch inning.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, where he can, bring himself right back into it because he will find that strike zone. That's the one thing that I've been very impressed with him this year is that he never really lets things get away from him. He looks like he's struggling. You look like you got him on the ropes, but he seems to wiggle his way out.
Missed outside with it. 2 balls and a strike.
A lot of young pitchers, they have a tough time ending innings and minimizing damage. Mitch has been able to do that. And I think a lot of that has to do is because he paid his dues down in the minor leagues.
I was going to say that looked like a pretty good pitch. I was hoping we'd see Brian Runge raise the right hand.
Patience, my friend.
Another angle of that pitch.
Yeah.
I can see it was a little more borderline from that angle.
Well, that angle's coming in. That's a tough angle to look at it from.
2 on, 2 out. And a 2-2 count on Ryan Rayburn here in the second. No score. Right back. Rayburn had a healthy hack.
Rayburn playing second base in this ball game. Last year he was playing a lot against left-handers, one of their better hitters against left-handed pitcher. He was playing a lot of outfield, filling in. Tonight he's giving Guillen a night off at second base, who started there in the first game of the doubleheader.
The 2-2 again. Breaking ball just a bit high. Just missed the strike zone with that pitch.
Little high.
And the payoff pitch. Runners go. Ground ball up the middle. It's through. How do you like that? After all that, the Tigers will take the lead, scoring first on a 2-out RBI single by Ryan Rayburn.
You go figure. Bases loaded, nobody out, and you got Cabrera, Bosch, and Inge up. They couldn't score. Now you got 2 outs and a chance to get out of the inning after throwing a guy out at the plate, and Rayburn gets a 2-out base hit. Those things, you got to love 2-out base hits if you're a manager. So Detroit will draw first blood again today. They will take a 1-0 lead for Rayburn, his 17th ribby.
And there's a hard ground ball to second. Jason Nix fields it cleanly, throws him out, and the inning is over. But the Tigers get on the board first, lead it 1-0 middle of the second inning. And the Tigers have a 1-0 lead over the Tribe. Matt Laporta, Trevor Crow, and Andy Marte will bat for the Indians here against Rick Porcello. And a strike called, 1-1 the count. Porcello misses high and wide.
Porter swung the bat well in the first game.
Now the 2-2. And he rings him up. Brian Runge punches out Laporta. Second strikeout. And there's one down here in the second. Here's our great clip of the game, brought to you by Great Clips. Trevor Crow delivering what would prove to be the game-winning RBI hit. He was thrown out trying to stretch to second base, but not before he delivered the winner for Cleveland. Relax, you're at Great Clips.
Trevor's done a nice job this year hitting with runners in scoring position. Got a breaking ball. He's a good low ball hitter from both sides of the plate. That's what he got. Little breaking ball down.
You know, the other night it was interesting because a lot of guys will tell you when you ask them about batting in different parts of the lineup, oh, it's the same. Nothing's really different. It's all same approach, same this. But he said, you know, maybe I'm relaxed a little bit more, not putting as much pressure on myself. And
when you lead a ball game off, you think that you have to get on and you feel like you have to do something differently for the team. You know, when somebody else is doing it, you take it for granted. And they do a good job and they take pitches. Some guys are meant to lead off. Other guys, it never fits into them. You know, you want to get on base. You want to set the tempo for that lineup, but you want to be aggressive on the bases.
Ryan Rayburn will throw out Crow, 2 down. Tonight's achievement of the game is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in us all. Take a look at Jim Leyland, veteran of 46 years in professional baseball. He was the American League Manager of the Year in 2006, and of course he took the Marlins to the '97 World Series title over the Indians. Before that, he began his big league career in Pittsburgh, where Gene Lamont, who's seated next to him, was a member of his staff there. He took the Pirates to 3 straight National League Championship Series.
Well, in the 80s, in '84, he was over with the White Sox when La Russa, Duncan, Davey Nelson, and Leland was a third base coach on that ball club. So he's been around, he's paid his dues, and he's a good baseball man. And he loves the game of baseball.
Now the 1-1. Big chopper in the hole. Backhanded by Danny Worth, and the shortstop throws him out. Miguel Cabrera, a little theatrics. 1-2-3 go the Indians. 1-0 Detroit through 2. Remind you to stay tuned later in the game and see our Miller taste greatness moment. Beach hat giveaway tonight here at Progressive Field. It's a reversible deal. White on one side, blue on the other.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people
whatever your little heart desires.
Well, a lot of people are going, I see, with the white.
Well, because it's stay cool, my friend.
Oh. Cabrera looks at the ball inside 1-0. Struck out his first time up.
That's Bill Schnacks right there. We got to bring that over to the studio for him.
Size extra double
yeah.
large.
We asked for the biggest one. We asked for the tarp so we could bring it over to him for his squash.
Cabrera fan with the bases loaded and nobody out his first time up. Fouls this back out of play. Get a look at our GMC 5-star league leaders, brought to you by the GMC Sierra. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. Miguel Cabrera had his 20-game hitting streak stopped in the first game of this day-night doubleheader. Josh Hamilton has the longest on the year at 23. Jose Guillen hit in 21 straight earlier this year for Kansas City. Cabrera, his streak ended at 20. Swung on a miss, full count. And the payoff pitch now. Got him. Foul tipped it into the glove of Jimenez for out number 1. And how do you like that? Mitch Talbot has struck out 2 tonight. Both times it's been Cabrera. Time now for the AT&T trivia question. AT&T rethink possible. Last Indians player to have a hitting streak of 25 plus games. Was it Sandy Alomar in '97?
Maybe not. That was he had, I think, a 30 gamer.
Yeah. So maybe there was somebody. Well, I don't know. I'll have to put on the old thinking cap. Brennan Bosch popped up on the infield his first time up. Fouled out of play.
We send along happy birthday wishes to Dr. Joseph Martin of Shaker Heights, turning 92. Also his 66th wedding anniversary. Congratulations. Jack Feltner of Sandusky is turning 84. Happy birthday, Jack. And Rosemary Stefanishek of Lorraine. Your birthday, Rosemary. Happy birthday.
The 0-2. Way up high. Right foul. Look out.
Get out of the way.
And apparently they did. Everybody seems to be all right.
That's good. That gets in there in a hurry, doesn't it?
You didn't really have a chance to get out of the way. You were just hoping it missed.
He's got it. Took a little off the wrist. Yeah, I'm all right. I think I'm all right. I got to go ice it.
Way up high. Three balls, 2 strikes. There's Brandon Inge. He will be next. Talbot's payoff pitch. is ball 4. It's his second walk issued tonight. And a 1-out base runner now for Brandon Inge. Monday, July 26th, Chuck Galletti will be taking over the bleachers here at Progressive Field, selling tickets now for just $10. And everyone in the bleachers will get a Beat the Yankees hanky. All you have to do is log on to Indians.com/STO to order your tickets now. I believe you can also log on to STO.com as well and get the information there. Yeah. Swing and a miss. Good fastball.
That series coming up at the end of July. 26th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. A 4-game series with the Yankees. Wrapping up our July end of our home play.
And a strike is called. 0-2 the count. I see Minnesota out in front of Chicago 3-1. It's in the 3rd inning in the Twin Cities, but Minnesota coming out of the break strong so far. Oh, 2 count. Popped him up. Shallow left. In comes Crow. Anderson Hernandez calls him off, and the shortstop has it 2 down. It'll bring up Don Kelly. I just happened to notice, Rick, they're still playing in New York. It seemed like that game, that's got to be close to a 4-hour game.
4 o'clock start, yeah. Well, does that surprise you?
Tampa Bay, I think, may have just ended the game now. 10-5. They were crushing the Yankees. And that is a final now, 10-5 in New York. Almost 4 hours. No, it doesn't, I guess, surprise me. You're right.
You know, you get on your national television, you get the long breaks, and it seems like, you know, you look at them in Boston, no different. When you get into that Eastern Division, nobody rushes along. Every at-bat is very important.
Certainly a big win for Tampa. Every game against New York and Boston for them will be big the rest of the way, because all 3 of them are right there.
Well, and the Yankees, you know, after having the celebration for George Steinbrenner's life last night, came back in the bottom of the 9th to win that game on a swisher hit. So it was to bounce back and come back and get a win like that. Very big game for them. Matter of fact, they will be in before the Yankees. Tampa Bay will. In that series after we get back from Minnesota. Quick 3-day, 3-game series in Minnesota, and we'll head right back here for more baseball, because the Indians will be playing more road games than anybody in the second half.
Home games.
Or, excuse me, home games. See, I'm used to saying road because we've been on it for so long.
Road warrior.
Yeah, exactly.
2 down, a runner at first, and the 1-2 pitch. Runner goes. Kelly slaps it out of play. Boston leading Texas in the 4th at Fenway. How about Benji Molina last night hitting for the cycle?
I would have bet $1 million that he would never be able to hit a triple. But he did. And his home run was the Grand Slam variety. The only catcher in history to hit for the cycle and hit the Grand Slam.
And then he had to leave the game with
leg cramps.
Tightness in his quad that happened to probably happen on legging out that triple.
Well, if you watched him run, you wouldn't think it did, but maybe from exhaustion.
Dehydration. Runner at first, 2 down. Tigers on top, 1-0 here in the 3rd. And Talbot's 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball right at Nix. Throws him out, and the inning is over. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Tigers on top, 1-0. Stay with us. Max Alvis will join us live when we come back. go to the bottom of the third here at Progressive Field. It will be Chris Jimenez, Anderson Hernandez, and Michael Brantley for the Tribe against Rick Porcello on the hill for the Tigers. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you. Happy to be joined now by one of the Indians' all-time greats, Max Alvis.
Thanks, Matt.
Back home in Cleveland.
I'm telling you, it's great to be here.
That's nice.
Rick.
Well, that's nice to see you. Nate got you back in for a weekend. You and your buddy Gary Bell came in, huh?
I'm telling you, we came in on separate flights.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't travel with him either.
Came from the same state.
That's right.
But you guys are here meeting and greeting fans, signing autographs, just kind of hanging out, enjoying yourself?
You bet. You bet. It's been good so far. In fact, we've had to get 2 wins.
We may not let you guys leave town, I'll tell you. You come back after the All-Star break, and Cleveland always near and dear to your heart, Max, as we all know. Tell us a little bit, or tell the fans a little bit, the year you started and coming into Cleveland at the old ballpark.
You bet. I came in end of the season, 1962. And the next year, 1963, was my first full year, and I got the job at third base and stayed and got traded in 1970 to Milwaukee, but it was great. I love Cleveland.
Yeah. Had some great years there, met some beautiful people.
Well, jam job's going to be a tough play here for Rayburn, but he does throw out Jimenez. But I'm not sure, Rick, if the barrel didn't just drill Gerald Laird. When that bat exploded, the barrel came back and nailed the catcher.
I did not even see that.
Gerald Laird, who appears to be in a world of hurt right now.
I think that's how Ruiz got hurt in Philadelphia. I didn't even see the barrel head of the bat because when you got jammed. I heard you say "oops," and that's what most hitters do because it gets in there. I didn't see the catcher.
I'm not sure if it got him. Yeah, he's pointing to the side of his head.
Away from the helmet.
I didn't see it fly around, but that's dangerous.
You know, we've talked about that a lot, Max. It seems like these bats today, and a lot of it, Rick and I both spoke to a bat manufacturer from Marucci Bats, and guys today want the big barrels, but they want as light as possible. And because of the thinner handles, these bats seem to snap a lot more than they used to.
Yeah, they seem to break instead of splintering, they break in bigger pieces.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I've seen them split right down the middle from the barrel, and the guy's still got a good portion of the bat in his hand. And we've talked about it. And all right, let me ask you a question. When you first came up to the big leagues, what size bat did you use?
I used 35, 34.
34 ounces. There's not a hitter in that dugout over there that'll swing a 34-ounce bat now. They figure it's too heavy.
Well, after I had an illness in '64 and came back, I didn't feel like I was strong enough to swing that bat. But I went down some. But everybody seemed to use a bigger bat, and if you wanted to equalize it a little bit, then move up the handle a little bit.
Choke up a little bit more.
On it.
Absolutely right.
And you don't see any hitters choke up hardly.
Rarely, because now, really, their bats now are so short, they use some 33 inches, mind you, not 35, 33, 31 ounces. And, some guys
handle about that big around.
And that's why it explodes. I mean, that's proven.
The other thing I see, too, Rick, is it looks like he's got the same at bat when he's got 2 strikes on him.
Right. Doesn't give in and try to put the ball
He's still
play.
trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Well, we have talked a lot about that because now, it used to be if you would strike out, that was not good. Your manager didn't like you to strike out because they say good things happen when you put the ball in play.
That's correct.
And, you swing and miss now. They don't care about the strikeout. Guys strike out 200 times a year now. That's good to see.
Like
Gerald Laird
is going to be all right.
Boy, very fortunate there. He got the barrel, and it came around and it got him under the helmet. It looked like in the neck, under the ear. As Jimenez really got sawed off. Look at that right there on the neck. Boy, very lucky.
Yeah, that buggy whipped around. It's a good thing the big end of the barrel got him instead of that splintered end.
Yes, indeed. And Ruiz, when we were in Philadelphia, ended up going on the disabled list because he had a concussion from something like that happening. Those catchers are tough, though, aren't they? Those guys, I mean to tell you, they are tough.
Well, you played with a pretty tough catcher. Duke Sims was behind the plate a little bit, I remember, when you were with the Tribe. Who else?
Joe Askew.
Joe Askew.
The immortal, man.
John Romano.
Johnny Romano, that's right.
Yeah. Ray Fosse.
Ray, yeah. We see Ray now because he does games with the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about a special moment in your career, though. August 15th, 1965. No, I don't remember that. I looked it up. Close ball game. You come off the bench, pinch hit, 9th inning, bottom of the ninth, tie the game up with a home run. And then Daddy Wags comes up in the 11th inning, pinch hit homer to win the ball game. One of the only games in Indians history where they had 2 pinch hit homers in the same game.
Did you remember that?
I don't remember.
I was going to say, I can tell by the look on your face. It's amazing what these computers do now.
Yeah. When you didn't hit any more home runs than I did, I should remember all of them, Matt. Oh, me.
No, you know what? It is funny because guys bring things up and you say, I don't remember that.
You know, it's amazing, like visiting with Feller, and you say, Bob, what about June the 23rd and 48?
Yeah.
And he said, well, in the 7th inning, the count was 3-2, and I hit him right where I wanted him, and it was 2 out. We were winning the ball game, so it really didn't make.
He's an amazing.
How do you remember all that?
He's an amazing guy. We have the pleasure to be around him a lot all year long when he's here, and it is really a treat. But we get to do that a week in fantasy camp when we all get together and the generations mix. And when you get with the guys in your own generation, they can sort of pick together some pieces in games, and they start telling stories, and you start remembering little things that go on. And that's the beautiful thing about fantasy camp.
A lot of the times they'll remind you of things that you tried to forget.
Well, I understand it. That's what Gary Bell and those guys do. They bring up the bad things, the negative.
Fantasy camp's great.
When you think of your career, are there moments that you remember, or is it more the people, the teammates, the guys? Is that what you remember?
I think more teammates. Most of the guys I played with in the big leagues, I had minor league experience with them too.
Right.
And it just seems like I don't know whether it was the time that we've played in, the era we were in.
You played in a pretty good era where there were a lot of great players on the other side of the diamond as well.
You bet. And we came away from spring training every year with high expectations. We had great pitching.
Right.
Said, boy, if we can put a little offense together and play adequate defense, and we just didn't quite get there. But we had some good ball players. We didn't have great teams.
Right. And that was what you're talking about, growing up together and rooming together. It was always a lot of fun.
Michael Brantley lifts one to center. Jackson will make the catch. Can you stick around for another half inning?
You bet.
Why not? All right, Max Alvis is with us, one of the Indians' all-time greats. It's a 1-0 Detroit lead as we go to the 4th. Tigers lead as we go to the 4th inning here at Progressive Field. Gerald Laird, Danny Worth, and Austin Jackson will bat for Detroit. Mitch Talbot allowed 1 run in the 2nd inning so far tonight. He's had to work out of some trouble. Had a bases loaded, nobody out jam in the first that he got out of unscathed. but it was the 2-out RBI hit in the second that got Detroit on the board. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you, visiting with Max Alvis, who was a tremendous all-star third baseman with the Cleveland Indians. When you watch a big league ball game, Max, do you tend to, is your eye sort of automatically drawn to the third baseman? Do you watch those guys, how they go about their business?
Sure. You know, you like to watch the infielders because that was really your trade. I used to think if you play third base, you could really hide you at any other position, but it's not really that easy. You may be a great ball player, but if you're a third baseman, you're not a great right fielder or a great left fielder.
Yeah.
And you know what it takes to play center, Rick. You know, it's special, and I like to see Marte's had a great day today.
Yeah, he really has. All right, now the hot corner. They say the hot corner. I bet you hated those left-handers that threw little dippy curve balls out there to get yourself killed. Who at the big league level now do you really think might be one of the better third basemen that you've had an opportunity to see play?
You know, Rollins made the great comeback.
Yes,
and
he has.
I've watched him.
He's a treat to watch.
Yeah. And, you know, the comments that were made at the All-Star game the other night that he's probably one of the better third basemen that's ever played the game. I didn't get to see him do it day in and day out, but I've seen some plays he's made.
Yeah, he is a treat.
They've got some younger third basemen that are coming on.
There's a kid in Tampa that will be here next homestand. I think you'd have it'd be a treat to watch. Evan Longoria.
Yeah.
He's really one of the premier third basemen.
There's a drive down the right field line. Austin Kearns, what a catch! Did he hold on? No! The ball rolled free, and Kearns immediately gets up and returns it to the infield. Boy, he had it for a moment. Then he went out of my view, and I'm assuming that when he hit the ground, the ball must have popped loose.
Boy,
because that was nearly a sensational catch.
Look at that. He had it timed perfectly. I mean, in his stretch, the outreached arm and the glove looked like he had it. But maybe the ground can't cause a fumble, can it?
Great effort.
Yes, it was. He's going down. That ball slicing away from him. He had it, and that's exactly what happened. As soon as he hit the ground, his body pushed it out of his glove. Look at Mitch. Thought he had it. He did for a little bit. Great effort is right. That'll go as a double.
Well, that's a shame because you're right. He had it, and I thought he was going to hold on to it, too, but it's almost as if once he rolled over, the ball squirted free, and now Austin Jackson, a liner to short, and that's out number 2. I remember a couple years ago, Maxwell, not a couple, I guess it's been several years. You know how that goes. They start flipping by. But we had a chance to tour Cooperstown, the Indians ball club, and I remember walking through a couple of exhibits with Travis Fryman. And we stopped in front of an exhibit of old gloves, and we were looking, and he said, look, there's Brooks Robinson's mitt. Look at that. Just old floppy mitt, all busted, creased, you know. And he just couldn't get over that, being a third baseman himself. You got to see Brooks Robinson play in person. What was he maybe the gold standard of third baseman?
Gary Bell and I were talking today about Brooks Robinson, and I said, you know, talk about all-stars and the way they used to pick the guys that were second or third in line behind him. You knew in advance that Brooks was going to be the all-star third baseman for the American League. So reckon we can get enough votes to finish second, you know. But I just saw him make plays day in and day out. The guys that saw him in the World Series and make the backhand plays and those kind of things, and on his knees throw somebody out. He did that every day. He took base hits away from people every day. He's the best I ever saw. Yeah,
well, you could go into Baltimore when they had that infield, and you could go for 12 or 13 because they were pitching it defensive oriented, and one of the organizations that were one of the you wanted to follow.
Very fundamental.
Their blueprint, and they were unbelievable as far as pitching and defense goes, and they could hit too.
Max, what about now? Are you retired now, or are you still running that bank down in Jasper, Texas?
I'm still employed, but we've got some plans in progress. Got a succession plan being implemented as we speak, and probably over the next year and a half, I'm going to get into the ranks of the retired.
Well, good for you. Well, you know what? This guy
go
can
to fantasy camp.
He can still go out and pick it. I swear to God, you still look. You can tell he always had it and always will. He still goes out there and plays third base. I mean, against the campers, and
don't try to hit it by him.
Don't try it. He'll backhand it. He'll throw it. He's accurate. I'm telling you, he can still pick it.
We got to get some campers signed up for fantasy camp, though. What a great week we have out there.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Arizona, which you trained in Arizona your whole life, right? For the most part,
right.
we're back out there again, and it's a gorgeous facility.
Down low, 2 balls, 2 strikes
to me,
here to Rayburn.
It's a great time had by all because we share generations going back, from Bob Feller on up. And, I mean, the guys mix, they blend. It's truly a one-of-a-kind. And if you're a baseball fan, it's something you have to try for a week because it sells itself.
With the campers varying in age, too, from, the mid-30s, early 40s, up to 50, 60 years old, and it makes for a good camp, conversation.
What a play!
Instruction.
Andy Marte. Max Alvis-like at
That's
third
exactly
base.
right. That's
great.
perfect.
Incredible. Hey, it was great to catch up with you.
Matt, good to see you.
Look forward to seeing you down the road.
Good
Always,
to see
Max.
you.
Nice
All
to
right,
see
take
you.
care.
With
Thanks
Max
for having
Alvis in the booth, Andy Marte with a sensational play to end the inning.
That's how we end it right there.
1-0 Detroit. Bottom of the fourth here at Progressive Field. Jason Nix, Carlos Santana, Austin Kearns all due up for the Tribe. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning. And we're joined now by former Indians pitcher Gary Bell, who follows Max Alvis into the booth. You've got a tough act to follow, my friend.
Pitchers are smarter. We come in the end, and where we win games and stuff.
Well, did you see how that third baseman made a play to end the inning in honor of Max?
Well, I got some stories about Max. You know it.
Okay, do you want to start with one?
Did he ever tell you about the one hopper hit him between the eyes and he never got a glove on?
Was that off the arm of you? Did you throw that pitch?
Of course.
You just remember the ones he didn't catch.
I remember Frank Howard came up to hit one time, and I look over, Max is out in left field. I said, Max, get in here. He said, I said, well, get in here, man. He said, no, I can throw him out from here. I said, no, I'll get him. I'll pitch to him. And he said, no, you're going to pitch him inside, and he's going to hit it this way. I know where it's going.
What was it like pitching to a guy like Frank Howard? I mean, you're standing 60 feet 6 inches away.
He was really scary. I mean, he hit home runs like longer than Tommy did here.
Yeah.
But I got him out pretty good. I've had him inside most
Nobody
of the time.
liked to extend him.
And
that's why Max said, I am getting off the infield.
You got that
Get
right.
the buried guys off the infield when he hits.
Brandon Inch throws out Jason Nix, one down here in the fourth. For fans who may not be familiar, and there's a lot of younger fans who may not remember a Frank Howard or ever got a chance to see him play. Describe him. He's a big dude, 6'6",
6'8", 300 pounds back then.
Well, I think he hit the only ball out of Dodger Stadium that's ever been hit out in center field somewhere. That's a landmark. That's longer than that one Louis threw in Baltimore.
To Frank Robinson?
Oh, my goodness. That one had a stewardess on it, baby.
It's a 2-hour movie.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh.
Well, it's nice to see you. You've been a part of it, Maxie. We were talking about the fantasy camp. You were part of the cruises back in the day, and
we need to do that again. That was fun.
We always had fun when we did things, didn't we?
Freebies are wonderful. I love those.
I got to get you out of Texas, you two.
Gary, Max was talking about the fact that a lot of those teams in the '60s had great pitching. They didn't have a lot of offense, but talk about some of the pitching staffs that you were part of, some of the arms that the Indians could run out there on a daily basis.
We had some really good pitchers. Well, when I came up, see, I'm older than those guys, so when I came up, Cal McLish was here, and Herb Score, and actually Lemon was still here, and Garcia, and they were great pitchers. And then the other guys came along, Sam McDowell and Sonny Siebert and Steve Hargan and
Tiante.
Did any of those guys not throw hard? I mean, every guy you've listed could throw probably mid-90s, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they were all flamethrowers, weren't they?
Well, who knows? They didn't have any guns. They used a sundial, I think, to try to figure out how hard we threw.
Well, I'll tell you what, you had to throw hard back then. They were all pretty big guys, and
well,
Santana crushes a ball deep center field. Jackson's out of room. It's out of here. Santana's 6th home run of the year ties the game at 1.
That's the way he used to give them up right there, Chief.
Well, that baby was launched, man.
Yes, it was.
I think I hit one like that one time,
You did.
More than likely threw one.
It was a driver, though.
I know.
This young man has only been up about a month, and he is really their hot young catching prospect, and he can swing it.
Oh, hell,
look at that. That's a high sinker.
Major league tater there.
Yes, it is. Straightaway central. Santana gets his 6th. He will tie this ball game up at 1.
But Matt, back in those days, the Tigers had some, like Cash and K-Line and Northrup and all those guys. They had some sluggers, boy.
Well, when you say you guys had great pitchers, you guys couldn't score a lot, could you?
Did you ask Max that?
Well, yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you that because then you're going to get on them about their range, too. Would they go 6 inches to their left and their right?
That was Woody Hell. Woody Hell could go 6 inches in either direction.
But he could hit a few homers.
I got a story to tell you about him. He and I roomed together. First night I ever roomed with him. We got time to tell this?
Hurry, yeah. Well, there's 2 outs.
First night we ever roomed together. I'm pitching the next day. We're in Boston, and Woody's my roommate for the first time. So he comes in. I go in early, because I'm pitching, and he comes creeping in. I don't know when. I heard him. So he went into the restroom and he tried to sneak in and not wake me up. And I stood up in the bed and I had the pillow waiting for him. And I smoked him right in the puss, man. he went down and the fight was on.
The feathers started flying?
The room was full of feathers. He said, I don't even know this guy. And he just killed me.
Now, you see, that's part of the baseball that you missed was the roommates, man. You see, why they roomed a pitcher and an everyday player, I don't know, because that's disaster waiting to happen.
Well, he almost ruined me.
Because the pitchers he almost ruined you. The pitchers would get sleep 1 night out of 5.
Yeah.
And here's a guy playing every day.
Well, Woody held the Indians' home run record for shortstops until Johnny Peralta just broke it a couple years ago.
I think he got 28 or 29 that year.
Right.
Woody was a great guy. Sorry he's gone, man. They're starting to drop around us like flies. I guess when you're 80, they're supposed to.
Well, they say you said you were one of the older ones. I'm surprised to see you here, pal.
Well, thank gosh I took care of myself,
Yes, you did.
Don't you laugh at it.
You just better make it to fantasy camp.
Well, I don't know that anybody has more fun at fantasy camp than Gary.
This is the judge. I mean, the kangaroo court judge. And I'm going to tell you something. If you want to see a show, it's done beautifully. And
we have a lot of fun, don't we?
Yeah, hold on. You want to come back for another 3 outs?
Absolutely.
All righty. We're visiting with Gary Bell. Meanwhile, Carlos Santana has tied this baby up at 1 apiece.
He's a pretty good target.
New real fruit smoothies are now available in wild berry and strawberry banana flavors. By KeyBank, stop in and start a conversation and unlock your possibilities. And by Panini's, now open in Chagrin Falls and Solon. Visit paninisgrill.com.
All right, we're tied at 1. Brand new ball game now. 5th inning. Mitch Talbot facing Maglio Ordonez, Miguel Cabrera, Brennan Bosch, all due up here for Detroit. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, and we're joined by Gary Bell, one of the Indians' all-time greats.
Oh, thank you.
Well, he pitched here for 10 years. I mean, playing one time 10 years is, an honor. You're on the wall down in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I got clear up to about $16,000 a year when I was here.
Well, that was enough to retire, I wonder.
Gabe Paul really took care of me. And he said, get out of town. We don't want you anymore.
Well, how about your greatest memory here as an Indian?
Oh, man.
Anyone that stands out? I mean, if there's one moment.
I got to think about that. Most of the stuff I remember was in the clubhouse, so I can't.
Well, I know that.
And
I mean, there wasn't a game that you pitched or you matched up against somebody or a no-hitter or a shutout. And
actually, I pitched opening day in 1960 in the old stadium against Frank Larry. It was 30 degrees at game time. There was 55,000 people in the stands. The game went 15 innings.
And how many of those innings did you pitch?
I pitched into the 11th inning.
Coming out of spring training.
Opening day.
In 30-degree weather.
Exactly.
And how many pitches do you think you threw?
200 probably. Who knows?
Ordonez strikes out, 1 down.
It's nothing going into the 11th inning. We both, Frank and I had a great game. They scored 2 off me in the 11th. Took me out. We scored 2 off him. On the bottom of the 11th, they went 15 innings, and Mudcat sucked up the loss.
Yeah, he was the vulture for the L.
Yeah, he loved it.
Well, you and Mudcat very close. I mean, you guys roomed together at one point in time, didn't you?
Well, he's a lot older than me, and the best thing Mudcat ever did was take us to the Howard Theater in Washington to watch all the old rock and roll shows.
I thought you guys in New York went down to. We passed it going on to the Yankee Stadium down there.
Oh, the famous place there in Harlem. What is it?
There's a drive deep to right. Kearns with his back turn spins around off the bottom of the fence, and Cabrera barely got to first base.
He thought he hit it. He thought he had a homer. He was into that trot.
He's hearing it a little bit from this crowd who says, nice job. 375-foot single.
Well, that's good for the Indians. I mean, he goes out. He thought he got enough of it. As that ball goes back, you're going to see Kearns play it off the wall. Watch his stance. He looks at it and says, I got it. Well, when you hit 22 of them, you figure when you hit it. Well, this time he was wrong. And he wasn't even at first base, so it wasn't even close to being a double.
That was the Apollo Theater, by the way.
That's it, the Apollo Theater. We passed it. It's on East 125th Street. It's where Mudcat took you, Sam McDowell,
Woody
Held. And you guys got there a little late. You got hurt, if you could do it fast. It was after the game, right? It was.
Well, he got tickets for us, and Aretha Franklin or somebody was there singing. And so the game's over. We go to the Apollo. The lights had already turned out, and the show started, so they seated us. And when the lights came on at the end of the show, as Mudcat says, it was all of us and the 2 of you.
And he says, see you guys later.
He said, I'll see you guys later. I put my arms around him and followed him out the door. I said, pal, you ain't leaving me here.
The great thing about fantasy camp is that, we talked about it with Max. It connects all generations, whether it be fans or you guys as players. You've ever dreamed the amount of people that you've met just in fantasy camp?
Oh, wow.
Let alone your playing career.
And I do the Red Sox camp, too. So we've been doing that one for 25 years. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm thinking about pitching this time.
Yeah.
I got my fastball up to 8 miles an hour, baby. And it's moving, though, Arch. It's moving.
It is. It's moving down. By the way, I think we're going to be a team again this year and try and win it.
We should be. Yeah, I know how we win. And you know your motto.
Yes,
we can't even say that, can we?
That's a secret recipe.
I know. I got you, babe.
No, but the generations, I wish I could have played with these guys in the day, because just listening to them and the way they played the game and the stories that they tell and how they went about their business, like I'm sure you wish you could have played with a couple other guys like Barker or Charbonneau later on after you had already been gone.
I wish I could play right now and make $5 million a year is what I'd like to do.
Just for 1 year, huh?
Absolutely. They'd give me $1 million for 1 year. I'd be set the rest of my life.
You wouldn't even be a bench player there. You'd be a guy coming out of you'd be a long man out of the bullpen.
Whatever they want me to do.
2-2 pitch to Bosch.
Ooh, stay here. I may be able to get you $1 million.
Six gets one there. Hernandez, the relay, not nearly in time. 2 away. And on the fielder's choice, Brandon Inge, 0 for 2, will be the batter.
Especially if that heater's up to 8 miles an hour.
Oh, it's moving though, baby. You know? Honestly, we had a lot of fun back when we played, and just the memories are great. We didn't make any money, none of us did, but I made $7,000 my first year and 40 my best year. And
you played how many years in the big leagues?
12. I won 16 games one year and was trying to get a $2,000 raise.
Uncle Gabe?
And no, Frank, the old general manager. He said, if you don't like it, Frank Lane, he said, yeah, if you don't like it, stay home.
Yeah.
What? I just won 16 games. I said, yeah. Well, you're getting 1,000, so get out there and shut up. that's about it, man.
Well, no agents back then. And back then it was more of a sport, and you had to work in the off season, and that's how much the game has changed. But you were one of the pioneers that helped pave the way for the Players Association to help make the roads a little better.
But $40,000 back in the '60s was pretty good money,
Plus all you could steal.
I thought I was rich. Yeah,
that's why they came up with valuable boxes in the clubhouses. Gary Bell used to come in, and when they were out there taking batting practice, go through and steal everybody's money.
Who had any money to get? T-Hunt.
Well, it's.
I wish I could tell some of those clubhouse stories.
I know. Well, I know. I've heard them before, and they're hilarious.
You know the one about
we can't tell it on the air, though.
I know.
I love the one you tell about Mike Egan over there when you guys played together with the Seattle Pilots in '69. I know you did.
I just told him while I go on him and start sending me $1,000 a month the rest of my life, and I'll be quiet.
There's a story that a lot of young baseball fans don't know about. The Seattle Pilots, it was an expansion team. You played 1 year there, and then they moved him to franchise to Milwaukee.
That's
became
right.
the Brewers.
I pitched opening day there, the first game I ever played there, pitched a shutout against the White Sox, and won one more game the rest of the year.
Did you really?
Yeah, I got hot.
How was that team for an expansion team?
We were fun. Don Mincher, and we had a lot of neat guys on there, man. It was
Rich Rollins? Was Richie Rollins there?
Richie was there. Yeah, oh, man, what a Frankenstein team that was, man.
Well, wasn't that basically the genesis for the book Ball 4 by Jim Bouton?
Yes, Jim Bouton and I were roommates. He was writing the book while I roomed with him.
I bet you didn't know that, though.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Because he asked me, he said, Roomy, would you not say anything? I'm writing a book. And I used to sit there in the bus and laugh. He's taking notes. I didn't know it was going to come out like it did. I thought it was pretty funny, personally.
Well, in its day, it was somewhat scandalous, though,
wasn't it? Absolutely.
You read it today, and it seems fairly tame.
Well, the players thought he was a traitor, that he said stuff that was out of school, and I thought it was pretty hilarious. Because he said some stuff about me, and it was all true, and I thought it was funny. Oh.
Well, as Rick and I have learned, good publicity, bad publicity, just spell your name right.
B-E-L-L. There is no E at the end.
I got you, baby. Somebody called me Albert one day,
No way.
I wish I could hit like him. I got a friend here named John Simon. Can I say hello to him? I just did if he's in town.
John Simon?
I would have called you, but I don't have your number.
Must be a real close friend.
Yeah.
And a lot of
others. He got a new phone. He knew you were coming to town.
I think you're right.
Hey, that number I have for you doesn't seem to work anymore.
Oh, gosh.
You are beautiful. How's your golf game?
It's I shot 1 under on the backside the other day.
Brandon Inge strikes out, inning over. Gary, great to catch up with you. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good to see you as always. Gary Bell joining us here tonight. Tribe and the Tigers tied at 1, middle of the 5th. Bottom of the fifth inning, and we will try to restore some order here in the booth now.
Why do we always have to do that when he leaves?
He's a one of a kind.
He's a treat, I'll tell you what.
You know, I have to tell you that going to fantasy camp for me was a great experience because, you know, I didn't see Gary Bell play. I didn't see Max Alvis play. I was born in '68, so
I didn't either.
You know, and to go to fantasy camp just to be around those guys and as you say, sit in, listen to the stories. It's a treat for baseball fans of all ages, and you can really learn a lot from those guys, listening to them tell the stories, and they're just incredible people, just great guys.
Well, they're down to earth, and they played the game, and it was a sport.
Yeah.
They love the game, and they will to the day they die.
After Trevor Crowe bounces out, Andy Marte will be the batter.
You know, back in the day when they played, there was nicknames for everybody. I mean, there was always nicknames, always pranks going on, and I mean, jokesters and a lot of fun because, you know, you talk about when he said the clubhouse, they controlled the clubhouse, the players back then. You know, it wasn't the players controlled it. If it wasn't a manager that had to step up and say anything, it was the players that took care of their own little domain.
2-0 pitch, swung on and missed. A lot of folks messaging us tonight on Facebook after seeing both Gary and Max stop by, but one in particular that was pretty good as the 2-1 pitch is a call strike. Scotty Klaus checking in tonight says he was 11 years old, played third base on his Little League team. He caught his one and only foul ball at Old Municipal Stadium after the game in the rain. Max Alvis stopped, signed his ball, gave him advice on how to play the bunt. He says he still has the ball and he will never forget that moment.
Good for him.
2 down. Let's get a look at our game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Ryan Rayburn with a 2-out RBI single in the second. Played to the Tigers' only run, and it stayed that way until Carlos Santana homered to center with 1 out in the fourth. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. Tied at 1 here. In the home half of the fifth, Chris Jimenez looks at a ball down low. And there's a line drive base hit in the left field for Chris Jimenez. His first hit on the year here at the big league level. Stops an 0 for 4 to start the year.
Well, the beach party will continue tomorrow with KeyBank Kids Fun Day. All kids attending the game will receive a Webkins Goldfish. You can also visit the plaza before the ball game. Come around, you have fun. There's 300 tons of sand out there. So wrap it up with Beach Weekend. Call 216-420-HITS for the tickets or visit Indians.com. It's been great weather, and they couldn't have picked a better weather weekend for Beach Weekend.
You're not kidding. Anderson Hernandez fly to center his first time up, shoots it back foul. Starting to get some clouds rolling into downtown. It's really been pretty sunny and clear the last several days. But it has been really hot the last couple of days. Now the 0-1. Missed in off the plate. Line drive up the middle, a base hit for Hernandez, and back-to-back 2-out singles here in the fifth for the Indians.
Well, a short stroke, and the pitches that he has left up, they've taken advantage of. So back-to-back, Jimenez, Hernandez, keep it going with 2 outs, roll it over to the top of the lineup. That's 4 hits now for the Tribe. Santana has a pair, and these two coming here with 2 outs.
And here is Michael Brantley, 0 for 2 tonight. 3 for 11 in the series. a strike is called. The 0-1 hit off his foot, and that looks like it hurt, but he's all right, shaking it off. One run on 6 hits for Detroit. One run on 4 hits for Cleveland. Maniacta looking on, hoping to see Michael Brantley break the tie with another 2-out hit. Big chopper to first. Cabrera, the flip, and the inning is over. 5 in the books. We're tied at 1. $5 at any Northeast Ohio Mark's location.
So come into your nearest Mark's, where you'll find a huge selection at low prices every day.
Our score, 6th inning. Mitch Talbot is out. Jensen Lewis is in. Our pitching change brought to you by H.H. Gregg. Jensen Lewis back again from the minor leagues after the Indians DL'd Kerry Wood. 21st appearance on the year here in the big leagues. Don Kelly, Gerald Laird, Danny Worth. And a called strike to Kelly, who doubled to lead off the 2nd inning. A little bit outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Checked on a ball down low, 2-1. Threw it by him. Good fastball from Lewis. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, Jensen Lewis has never been a guy who will light up the radar gun, but with that short arm delivery, a little bit of deception, he can throw it by hitters. But when his mechanics get a little out of whack, that ball starts to elevate in the strike zone, and that's when we've seen him get tattooed.
Well,
but there, kept it down at the knees, and he gets the strikeout, 1 down. All right, here's our Miller Taste Greatness moment. on this day, what, 1936?
Yes, indeed. Rapid Robert.
Made his major league debut on this day at the age of 17. That's
warm up right in front of the dugouts.
For me, that gets more incredible the older I get.
What, that he was there at 17?
It's 17, yeah.
And didn't he finish pitching that year and finish high school? Go back and finish high school.
I mean, when you're a kid, you think, oh, 17, yeah, okay. Now you get older and you think, 17.
Yeah, amazing career. Well, that would never happen nowadays, first of all. It could never happen.
I mean, consider, too, there were fewer teams. So the talent pool, I mean, the best of the best were already climbing over each other to try to get to the big leagues.
Well, he and Cy Slapnick was the guy that signed him. He signed some great members of the Cleveland Indians.
Well, yeah, you listen to Bob, and he signed all the great ones.
Yes, he did.
Score on down. Feller. I mean, there's so many of the great players, as you said. Cy Slapnick, who trying to remember, is he inducted into the Indians Hall of Fame this year, or was he already in?
Who's that, Cy?
Yeah.
I think he's coming in this year.
Yeah.
Because they had that article that
Chuck Muir wrote?
Yes.
Right fielder Austin Kearns cruising back, pulls it down, 2 away. Well, let's go back to the studios right now for this in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
All right, Matt, Rick, let's go to Minnesota where the Twins are taking on the White Sox. And here in the 4th inning in a 3-1 game, Paul Konerko. That's his 21st home run of the season as he goes yard. It's still 3-2 now. They're in the 8th inning. Twins by a run. Back to you.
One here in the 6th. Danny Worth, 1 for 2 with a double, will be the batter. Good fastball for a strike, and it's 0-2.
That's another thing for Jensen, too, is throwing strikes, not falling behind hitters when he goes in and he pounds that strike zone. He's a guy that you have to find his niche, and he's coming in maybe 1 inning and get 3 outs and move on.
A little bit outside. Ground ball to first. Laporta goes to the bag in a 1-2-3 inning for Jensen Lewis. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Still knotted up at 1 apiece. reversible. Beach weekend continuing here at Progressive Field. And right now it's Jason Nix, Carlos Santana, and Austin Kearns. Nix with a high fly ball, left field. Kelly drifting back. And makes the catch. One away. Well, every time the Indians homer this season, we help to raise money for the Gathering Place. Great Clips donating $50 per dinger. Rick and I are chipping in $5 each. Over $4,600 donated so far. Log on to touchedbycancer.org to learn more about the Gathering Place or to make a donation yourself. We have two great locations, one on the east side in Beechwood, one in Westlake, and they offer services and programs free of charge to patients with cancer and to their family members. Check them out. Carlos Santana tied this game up with a home run to straightaway center, about 415 feet.
Yeah, he put a good charge into this one. He got a ball up in the zone, and I mean a swing. We had Gary Bell in the booth, and he went, whoa. I mean, when you see a hitter put a swing on it, and like you say, the crack of that bat, when he makes contact, a little different sound.
Popped this one up. Got him a little bit out on that front foot.
He was cheating on that one.
Bosch, the right fielder, puts it away, 2 down. What do you say we get a look at our fresh face of the game courtesy of Subway? And for that, we head down on the farm, look at Josh Rodriguez. Last night at AAA Columbus, 3 for 6, drove in 4. And since getting the call up from AA to AAA, he's really swung the bat very well. Good infielder. Our Subway fresh face of the game. Subway, play hard, eat fresh. Kearns with a little soft liner to second, and the Indians go quickly and quietly. And we go to the 7th, still tied at 1.
ATT.com. AT&T Rethink Possible. By the Sierra from GMC. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real. Wendy's.
There's Brandon Kankey, the Indians groundskeeper. He's telling Jerry Lane that right now that rain is out over the lake.
Let's keep it there.
And they're hoping that it stays out there and it doesn't start to come south. It is an eerie-looking sky, and we see some flashes of lightning out over the lake.
Doesn't rain on the beach, does it?
Not on beach day. No,
That's
you're
exactly right. Let's hope not.
Austin Jackson Ryan Raber and Maglio Ordonez here in the 7th for Detroit. Quickly the count 0-2.
Got to send out another happy birthday wish to Jim Jennings from Massillon, Ohio. Jim, is he the uncle of our friend Joe from out in California? So Jim Jennings, happy birthday out in Massillon tonight.
Whoa. Almost got away from Lewis there. A little bit low. Bye. Jackson doubled in his first at bat, singled his second time up. Last time up, he had a line drive to short that was caught by Hernandez as Tony Sipp loosens in the Tribe bullpen. At the knees, ring him up, and Jackson knew it. Jensen Lewis has retired all 4 that he's faced, and he has struck out a pair.
Well, comes back and makes a pitch that he thought he made earlier in the at-bat was called a ball, but that's right at the knees. Beautiful pitch. Jackson knew it is right. Got the called strike. Well, usually he tries to foul off a lot of pitches and put in play. Not that time. He's caught window shopping.
Popped him up. On the infield, second baseman, Jason Nix. 2 down. All right, time to answer the AT&T trivia question. AT&T Rethink Possible. Do you have this one, Arch? Casey Blake.
Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about. Casey Blake, how about that? Yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember it.
Yeah. I didn't know it. Somebody tipped me off.
He went, and in that streak, if I recall.
He went to the last at bat a number of times.
Well, and he had 1 hit in a lot of games.
Whoa, what another sterling play by Marte. He's having a Gold Glove day at third for the Tribe. Tigers go 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Still tied at 1. Will be coming soon. Log on to Panini'sGrill.com. Well, we are right on the edge of this storm that is passing over Lake Erie as we speak. But so far, so good as Matt Laporta steps in 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts tonight. I don't know if we can get a shot of that sky up above the scoreboard in left field, but normally at this time of night, it's not quite this dark.
Well, Well, so, Tribe's got to score is what they have to do. Find a way to get some run.
Lightning flashing all around us as well. There you go. Look at that ominous sky. Now the 2-strike pitch. Up the middle it goes, and a base hit for Matt Laporta. That's only the 5th hit of the night for the Indians.
Yeah, he has scattered them. No doubt about it. For a guy that's given up a lot of hits, he has settled down and pitched well.
First time the Indians have had their leadoff man aboard.
Well, you can load your Indians game tickets with extra value with the new Tickets Plus program. You can add cash value to your game tickets to spend on food, beverage, and merchandise all at the ballpark. If you load your ticket with $8, you get an additional $2 free. Go to Indians.com for the details.
One our score. Bottom of the 7th. Indians with a runner at first. First time they've had their leadoff man aboard. Trevor Crow, 0 for 2 is the batter. Remember, in the series opener, Trevor Crow lined the ball down the left field line, batting from the left-handed batter's box, and Laporta scored all the way from first base on what would eventually be a triple. This is not going to work out as well. A double play ball, 1-6-3. Well, Andy Marte will be the batter 0 for 2 tonight, but defensively, he's been terrific.
Well, get that run in the first inning, or excuse me, the second inning, and then Marte backing up on a ball, a long throw. Nice pick by Laporta. And there's a nice backhanded play. You turn. Well, Max Alva's had something to say about it. He's had an opportunity to see Marte have a couple of good games defensively in the field.
This afternoon, he made a splendid play that took probably a 2-run double away from Miguel Cabrera and made a backhanded grab, turned a 5-4-3 double play. 2 balls, no strikes. Manny Acta even said after the ballgame that Marte's glove probably saved the game, because if he doesn't make that play and it goes down the line, it's probably 5-0 at that point. And then against Justin Verlander, that's a mountain to climb. But he turned the double play. It was only 3-0, and the Indians came all the way back to win it 4-3. And the 3-0 pitch. A called strike. Swung on and missed, full count. The payoff pitch to Marte. Fouled away. No, he stays alive. Frank Herman, right-hander, working. I'll tell you what, Fausto Carmona did such a great job going 7 innings. It really helped Manny Acta with the bullpen.
Sure,
because
it
when
did.
you've got a doubleheader, you really need that starting pitcher to try to get as deep into the game as possible.
And he gave up 3 first-inning runs. He ended up going 7 innings, only allowed the 6 hits, had 3 double plays, 14 ground ball outs. And Manny went out to the mound and talked to him today, and after that, he really settled down.
Straight up, at home plate, Gerald Laird. The old home run in an elevator shaft ends the inning. We go to the 8th, still tied at 1.
of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
One top of the 8th here at Progressive Field. The Indians and Tigers, the way they have battled in this series, you'd swear they were fighting for the top of the division standings. As it is, it's Detroit who is trying to claim the top spot in the AL Central, but the Indians have beaten them in the first 2 games of this series. Beat them handily last night, 8-2. Beat them 4-3 this afternoon. This one's still up for grabs as Miguel Cabrera pops up to start the 8th. Let's go back to the studios for another in-game update. Here's Al Pawlowski.
All right, Matt, let's go to Fenway where the Red Sox are playing the Rangers. It was 1-0 Boston in the 6th. Texas ties it and then goes ahead on this Nelson Cruz base hit. Cliff Lee starts tonight for the Rangers, doing better than his first start against the Orioles last weekend. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Al. Here's Frank Herman now on in relief of Jensen Lewis, who was spectacular. 2 perfect innings of relief for Lewis, striking out a pair. What we saw from Jensen Lewis tonight, Rick, was a guy who, at least from a mechanic standpoint, looked like he was in perfect alignment. Everything was down in the zone. There's a line drive base hit to left field. Crow fires it back in. A 1-out single now for Brennan Bosch.
Frank Herman coming on for the 18th time this year. 17 innings, 12 punch-outs. He's only walked 3.
Fastball, strike 1. Brandon Inge grounded into a fielder's choice in the first, popped up in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th inning. And we count quickly 0-2. Sliced out of play. You have to be kidding me. Get a look at Jim Leland in the Tigers dugout there. I just got a note here. It's just one of those bizarre tales of how the internet world has connected us all. We were talking with Max Alvis earlier tonight. Remember I brought up the story about the game where he had the liner to left, a diving catch by Trevor Crow. Oh, that was a sensational effort by the Tribe left fielder because that ball was sinking in a hurry. It became a do-or-die play for Crow.
Well, once you make your break, you gotta get after it. And Trevor continued to come, and he makes a nice pickup. I mean, you're thinking as an outfielder, I've got to, if I don't catch it, knock this ball down and keep it in front. At worst, a base hit. But he's able to hold on and make a beautiful catch for the 2nd out.
So with 2 down and a runner at first, Don Kelly 1 for 3 with a double will be the batter. Remember I brought up the story to Max August 15th, 1965.
Right.
There were 2 pinch hit homers hit in the same game. He hit one of them. Got a message here from Ed Zagantz of Westerville, who claims he caught the ball and still has it. Jeez. 45 years ago. On this August 15th, that ball will be 45 years old. He still has it. He had it signed by Bob Feller and Herb Score.
Well, he had Max Elvis here who hit it.
He said it was hit into section 43.
Was it Max's ball that he caught?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the one that Leon Wagner hit that won the game later, but the one that Max hit that tied it in the bottom of the ninth.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. Man, Max didn't even remember hitting it.
No. I thought that would have been something.
I could tell by the look on his face. I said, Max, you don't remember, do you? Not really.
The 1-1 pitch. What I think is amazing, as Kelly cuts and misses, is that I'll ask you things about your career, and you give me that blank stare, and yet you'll remember something 2 weeks ago that happened in one of our games, like it happened yesterday.
Yeah, I'm done with my world. Mine's over with, man. I used to remember, but, you know, you get away from it when you're not there. I remember what I'm doing now and watching this and, you know, situations and games now because I still look at it as a player. You know, I watch matchups between pitchers and batters and situations. I can remember that.
Wow.
That's a low price.
There was an unbelievable lightning flash. Again, it's out over Lake Erie, but it's lighting up all of downtown at the same time.
This is like its own fireworks show going on.
You're not kidding. Eerily reminiscent of that day in Philadelphia when he had that
holy cow
ridiculous storm that blew through there.
That was a crazy trip in its own right.
The 1-2 pitch. Right back to the screen. The thing I'll never forget about that game in Philadelphia is that was in the middle of the afternoon. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bright sunlight. And I still have the picture I took. When that storm rolled in, it looked like it was midnight.
Yes, it did.
Those clouds turned just completely black. As one of the Phillies, I think it was Jason Worth, said he was waiting to see the cow come swirling through the air. Oh, missed inside, full count.
Well, you saw one of the Gators on the tarp get moved around for about 20 feet, 25 feet, holding down the tarp. I can't believe those guys got that tarp down on the field.
After it blew off.
Exactly.
I thought they were done. 2-2. Boy, didn't miss by much. And so, with 2 down and a runner at first, as you get another look. Boy, oh boy.
Maybe just a hair low. I mean, it's a tough one to let go by when you have 2 strikes and you're a young hitter.
Bosch will be off at first with his 3-2 pitch. And Kelly socks it to center. Brantley makes the grab. We'll move to the bottom of the 8th, and we are still tied at 1. Indians got their only run in the 4th inning. It was a solo homer by Carlos Santana. Oh, boy, now we've got rain coming.
Yes, we do.
Fans are heading for cover. Grounds crew is poised behind the tarp.
Bottom of the 8th inning. You get 1, you get 3 outs, and get out of here before the rain comes. In the series, the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Indians have hit 357.
Whoa, holy mackerel. That was a bolt of lightning. A little bit outside. And the rumble of thunder in the background gets a reaction from the crowd. Chris Jimenez, a base hit his last time up. Porcello has really pitched a pretty good ball game, and this is a guy who has struggled giving up a lot of hits lately, even in the minor leagues. You know, we gave you his major league numbers, but even in his last 3 starts in the minor leagues, he'd given up a ton of hits.
He's always had success against the Indians. He's had 11 0-2, 1-2 counts tonight. He's been on top of his game. He's making them put the ball in play. He's not falling behind a lot of guys.
And he strikes out Jimenez. That's a half dozen punch-outs for Porcello.
Well, the Indians Wives Association will host a Shirts Off the Backs auction out at the ballpark. That'll be July 29th. It's on Thursday. Game-worn jerseys from Indians players will take place and will be up for bid. 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com for more information.
Anderson Hernandez looks at a strike. Hernandez with a base hit his last time up. That came with 2 outs. Line drive, base hit again for Hernandez. This time he singles with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Michael Brantley steps to the dish.
Well, he's put a couple of short strokes on a couple of pitches. Just gets it over the head. He almost got up there, didn't he? I'll tell you what, Worth made a nice attempt, but it goes as a base hit. And Hernandez has a pair of them today.
Michael Brantley 0 for 3 tonight. He is now 3 for 12 in the series. Quick throw over, but Hernandez back with a dive. A crowd of 20,902 for the second half of this day-night doubleheader here at Progressive Field. Good pitch by Porcello in for a strike. 96 pitches now on the night for the Tigers right-hander. A lot of these folks have moved out of their seats and back up underneath. Although the rain, which started, only lasted for about 30 seconds. Brantley, a little bloop around the infield. Danny Worth grabs it 2 down. Browns training camp right around the corner, and to get you ready, STO will bring you a special edition of the Browns Red Zone Thursday night at 8 o'clock. Jim Donovan, Tony Grossi, and Doug Deacon will take your calls as they preview the upcoming season and take a look at the Browns' 2010 schedule. Browns Red Zone Thursday night at 8, only on STO. Jason Nix will be the batter. He is 0 for 3. Tigers got their run in the second inning. That came courtesy of a 2-out RBI single by Ryan Rayburn. Nix with the bouncer to third. Inge on the run, throws him out. We'll go to the ninth. Still tied at 1. The heavens opened up, and the rain started coming very quickly. And with that, the grounds crew was called upon to bring out the tarp. And as you see them right now, they're getting it in place. And hopefully this is a storm that will move quickly through the area and we'll be able to resume play without too much of a delay. But, you know, looking at the radar as that storm was moving across, it was literally right out over the lake, and it looked like we were going to skirt it and miss it. But obviously it dipped down,
you know,
and we're getting drenched right now.
Probably want to get that field covered before, you know, it gets too wet. And they know what's coming. It may be the tail end of this thing.
Yeah, hopefully that's it. Hopefully it is just a brief shower and we'll be able to resume play. But with those lightning strikes out over the lake, you had a feeling there was a pretty good chance we were going to get something.
Yeah, eventually.
So we are going to hold in a rain delay. Been a pretty good ball game. I mean, it's been a well-pitched game. Mitch Talbot started out rough going in the first inning. He had the bases loaded and nobody out. Then he struck out Miguel Cabrera, got Brennan Bosch to pop up. Brandon Inge grounded out to end the inning. Then in the second, the Tigers had a runner thrown out at home plate. But then with 2 down, Ryan Rayburn delivered an RBI single to put the Tigers ahead 1-0. That's the only run they've scored tonight. Mitch Talbot lasted only 5 innings because he had to make so many pitches in the first to get out of that jam. And then Jensen Lewis, 2 perfect innings of relief. Frank Herman, a scoreless inning of relief in the 8th inning. For the Indians offensively tonight, their only run came in the 4th, courtesy of a Carlos Santana home run to straightaway center field that traveled over 400 feet. And the Indians just have not been able to generate anything else offensively against Rick Porcello tonight. 8 terrific innings for the Tigers' right-hander.
Yeah, his longest start of the season, as a matter of fact. He's been 22 of 29 first-pitch strikes.
Yeah, I mean, other than the home run by Santana, there have been 5 singles for the Tribe.
Exactly right.
So that's where we're at, 1-1. And the Tigers will be coming to bat here in the 9th inning when we're ready to resume play here tonight at Progressive Field. But right now, folks, we are in a good old-fashioned rain delay. We'll be back with you with any updates we have. And should we resume play quickly, we'll break out of programming and come right back here to Progressive Field. But in the meantime, stay tuned for another edition of Tee It Up Ohio with our good buddy Jimmy Hanlon and Mike Cairns. Rick and I will sit here and watch it rain. We'll be back with updates or when we resume play shortly. hitters. But as you see Johnny Damon stepping in, he will pinch hit for Gerald Laird. Laird was hit in the head by a broken bat early in the ball game, and you wonder if that has anything to do with it after sitting out for a couple hours. It might have started feeling some of the after effects.
Yeah, I would think so, because he took a pretty good jolt.
Yeah, he had to feel that pretty good.
It was Chris Jimenez who was hitting and shattered his bat and just came around and caught him in the neck.
1 hour 53 minutes, the official time on the rain delay. Damon fouls it back out of play. Crowd originally was a little over 20,000, just shy of 21,000 actually. Damon slaps it down the left field line. That's extra bases. Crow chases it into the corner. Damon pulls into second base with a leadoff double. So the pinch hit appearance pays off for Detroit to start the inning. Now we'll see if in fact they can cash in.
Well, he left the fastball up, and Damon, you know, he can slap it that way easily, keeps it fair. We'll get a double. So again, this is the third time in this ball game they've had a leadoff double.
They started the game with a leadoff double, but were unable to score when they had the bases loaded and nobody out. Leadoff double in the second. That runner was erased at home plate.
Right.
But later they would score on a 2-out hit in that inning. And now the leadoff double here in the ninth. Bunt. Marte. One away. Damon goes to third. So Danny Worth gets his job done. And now it will be up to Austin Jackson to try to bring home the go-ahead run here in the ninth.
Well, yeah, job well done. You get the third baseman to field the ball. Marte does. The infield now will come into the cut of the grass for Jackson and try and cut this run off at the plate.
In tight. Jackson hits in each of his first two at-bats, double a single, and he has lined out to short, struck out in his last two at-bats. Fouled out of play.
Detroit.
Infield, cut of the grass around the horn for the Tribe.
0 for 6 with a runner on third and less than 2 outs. They've had their opportunities. You go back to the first inning, they had bases loaded and nobody out. Mitch Talbot was able to get out of that one. We'll see if Chris Perez has it in him.
The 1-1. Really let that fastball go. Look back at his footing. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 balls and a strike to count. Looked like maybe his plant foot, he didn't feel real good about it. 2-1. Good pitch there. 2-2.
Well, when he's got that slider working, that could be the pitch for him.
Fouled away.
Just got a piece of it. That's what this kid does well. Hangs in there and battles off and fouls off some tough pitches. That was a good one right there by Chris Perez, but he was just able to get a piece of it to hang in there for one more pitch.
Now the 2-2. Oh, good job by Jackson to climb the ladder and fight that off. A lot of times you get that elevated fastball up there, and it's tough to even get a piece of it.
It is. And when you're sitting there, and he could possibly been looking for that breaking ball, you just want to get a piece of that fastball. You don't try and put it in play. You foul it off. Hard thing to do.
Again, Jackson shoots it back to the screen. Pretty good battle here. Valverde is the Tigers' closer. He's coming on if, in fact, they get that run home from third to take the lead. If they don't, Phil Koch will be coming on to work for Detroit. Wasn't it? Did Koch get the loss in the first game today? That's what I thought.
Yes, he did.
2-2 pitch. Got him. Foul tipped it into the glove of Chris Jimenez. 2 down.
That was a very good battle, and the battle that Chris Perez wins. Fastball up. He did get a piece of it, but right into the glove of Jimenez. See, he fouled that one back to the screen before. Didn't get it that time. And he came back with a good heater.
I give Jimenez credit. He kept going right at him with that high heater. And now we're going to get another pinch hitter. Looks like Carlos Guillen coming off the bench, as Perez waits for Guillen, who's taking his sweet old time.
Well, yeah, he's had the second game off. He's been... Hey, Johnny Damon get the second game off. Now they're going to try and count on these two to try and give them a lead. Tigers have not scored since the second inning.
A little bit outside for ball one. Pop back, out of play. Carlos Guillen. And the first game today. Oh, I lost that sheet. That rain delay took a little bit out of us. There's a pitch. Pop back out of play.
Let me see if I can find one for you.
Tommy, what was Guillen in the first game today?
There you go. There you go.
4 for 4? Is that what he said? 1 for 4. He had an 0 for 9 coming into play today. So he snapped that with at least one hit in the first game of this day-night doubleheader. 1-2 pitch hit in the air. Right center field. Kearns, Brantley converge. Kearns will take it. And a nice job by Chris Perez to work around that leadoff double. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. Still tied at 1. And the new pitcher for Detroit, left-hander Phil Koch, who was the loser in the first game of this day-night doubleheader, will have that same fate fall upon him again. He relieves Rick Porcello, who went 8 innings and allowed just 1 run tonight.
Well, Alex Avila will go into the ball game after Laird was pinch hit for. He will remain behind the dish, and out at second base, Carlos Guillen. So an opportunity for the Indians if they can get one here to win the doubleheader. That's not an easy thing to do when you go in there a day-night doubleheader. You know, you get that first one, you want to get greedy. But they have an opportunity.
And the reason they have this opportunity is that the Tigers' offense in this series has scored 4 first-inning runs, 1 second-inning run, 1 fourth-inning run, and zip from the 5th inning on.
They've been shut down, and, you know, they've left 10 guys on base today.
Let's see if Carlos Santana has a walk-off winner in mind. He's 2 for 3 with a home run. That home run was the only run of this game for the Tribe. Their only extra base hit back in the 4th inning, but that keeps their streak alive. What is that, 40 straight games?
Yes, it is. It sure is. 40 straight with an extra base hit. As a matter of fact, it started, or it ended, when they were in Detroit, back there on Galarraga's near-perfect game. And then they've had an extra base hit ever since.
Not sure if that was on the follow-through of Santana. I think he conked Avila on the head, and that's been a problem. I don't necessarily want to say it's been a problem. It's happened a number of times with Santana.
Watch his long backswing. See, he lets go with one hand, and he just look at it. I mean, that caught the corner of the mask, but that happens a lot when he swings a bat from both sides of the plate.
Now the 2-strike delivery, way outside. Phil Koch, left-handers, 1-2 pitch. Right back. So a pretty good battle here between Koch and Santana. Speaking of streaks, talked about the Indians. They've had an extra base hit now in 40 consecutive games. Tell you about another odd streak. Pittsburgh Pirates went into tonight's game. They'd gone 1,035 at-bats with a man on base without hitting a home run. It's the longest drought since the 1984 Houston Astros. That's 25-plus years ago.
Wow, that is some kind of streak.
They did not homer tonight. They scored a dozen runs but did not have a home run tonight.
That's hard to do.
So they could be closing in on that Astros mark. Now the 2-2. Little chopper foul over toward the Indians' dugout. Nice grab by the ball boy.
Well, I got to tell you, you got to tip your hats tonight to a lot of people that have had a long day. The grounds crew, think about them. They've been out here all day long.
Oh, yeah.
And the field still looks in great condition, and it had quite a bit of rain on it. The ushers, the people that have worked this doubleheader. I mean, the tip of the old cable cap goes to everybody out here.
2-2. A little bit low, full count. Well, let's not stop there. You've got the clubhouse guys.
Well, exactly. I'm talking about everybody involved, both sides, everybody out here. I don't want to leave anybody out.
Had to wash all his uniforms, get them dried and clean back.
And they got to bounce back, and you have a 1 o'clock game tomorrow.
Now the payoff pitch. High, ball 4. Indians get their leadoff man aboard for just the second time in this ball game. Rafael Belliard standing next to Jim Leland. We'll get a little equipment. I thought we had a pinch runner jarting out there, but it's just a...
If it is that bet, we better put him on the roster first. The kid can run pretty well, though.
Did he went all the way down there with his bat, or did he pick up the bat? No, I think
he
just went
picked
to get
it
his
up
hand guard.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. All right, here's Austin Kearns now, 0 for 3. Bounced into a fielder's choice in the first inning. Struck out in the 4th, lined out in the 6th. Big cut. Came up empty. Kearns 1 out of 8 in the series. That one was a home run. Kearns made a spectacular effort trying to make a catch down in the right field corner tonight. Really sacrificing his body, diving onto the cinder track.
Well, no doubt he's a gamer. It was good effort. He had it in the glove. The ground caused the fumble.
Phil Koch, 10 pitches here in the ninth. 5 for balls, 5 for strikes. Oh, boy, did he pull the string nicely there. 1-2 the count. Only 2 Indians have advanced to second base tonight, and that was Santana, who circled the bases on the homer in the 4th, and then Chris Jimenez, who went to second on a 2-out hit by Anderson Hernandez in the 5th inning. That's been it. Koch with a 1-2 pitch. A little bit low. Now, one thing to remember with Carlos Santana at first base, he is a catcher by trade, but he runs much better than the average catcher. So should Kearns be able to find a gap, he's got pretty good wheels. Broke the bat. And a double play ball dug out at first by Cabrera. So the leadoff man is erased.
Got inside on him. There goes the bat. And they're able to turn it. The Worth again to Cabrera.
And unless Matt Laporta can deliver, we are headed to extra innings. Laporta 1 for 3 with a single. You can't swing much harder than that. Laporta, 2 hits and 10 at-bats in the series. And it's 0-2. So Minnesota beat Chicago for the second time since the break.
Yeah, that was a quick game. A complete game from both sides, Pavano and Burley.
Twins are suddenly just 2.5 back. And the 2-strike pitch. Reached for it. In the hole. Backhanded nicely. Danny Worth's throw in time.
Oh, a nice play.
Tremendous play by Danny Worth. And the inning is over. We've got extras here in Cleveland. Tied at 1. Try Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
You got it.
One our score. Joe Smith coming on for the Indians. He'll face the heart of the order. Maglio Ordonez, Miguel Cabrera, and Brendan Bosch. Smith on for the 23rd time this year, and earlier today he struck out Miguel Cabrera in a key spot late in the ballgame, helping to preserve a 4-3
when you're a hired
Indians
gun
win.
and you're coming on to get the toughest outs to get Ordonez, Cabrera, I mean, that's a tough act. I mean, because those are the guys you're going to face every time the opportunity arises. You know, so the more you face them, you've got to, change. You've got to make your pitches because these guys are awfully good hitters. The Indians 3-3 this year in extra innings. The Tigers 3-1.
At the knees, a called strike.
And it looks like Joe Smith pitched with a lot more confidence, I think, since coming back up. Made a little bit of a change in his delivery, but is throwing the ball much better.
How to play it on the right side.
They have been able to handle the big part of this Detroit lineup all series long. So the approach that Tim Belcher and the pitching staff has used to 3, 4, and 5 has been very, very good. 4 for 30 in the series.
Really jammed Ordonez with that pitch. Fouled it off his leg. And he's had a lot of knee issues in his career.
Well, then you start looking to cheat in there, and that's where that slider away could be. They're going right back in there again. Oh, he got it out.
Jimenez pounces on it. Throws him out, 1 away. Rick, not to take anything away from Tim Belcher, but I think, any pitching coach worth his salt has a good game plan going in. They study the reports. They know. It always comes down to can your pitcher execute when he has to?
Without a doubt. It is, and it does. And, when the Indians have played well this year, their bullpen has come on, and they've done a good job.
And Tim Belcher, I don't care if it's Tim Belcher, if it's Carl Willis, if it's Dave Duncan, they're all going to tell you, it comes down to that guy being able to execute in the situation that we've prepared him for.
Well, you're right. Your scouts go out, they give you your reports on how you pitch certain hitters and, what they like, what they dislike, how you want to go about doing it. It's a matter of executing is what it boils down to.
Miguel Cabrera takes a strike in the count, 1-1. When you're facing Miguel Cabrera, you really have to focus and concentrate on that execution because he crushes mistakes. In the air, right field, weakly hit. Kearns is there, 2 down. And they have pitched him very well in this series. Limiting him to just a couple of hits is pretty good work.
Here comes Manny Acta. Again, he comes on just as a right-handed matchup guy. Nice slider, down and away. Excellent location. Cabrera hits it, but off the end of the bat, lazily to right field. So Smith again comes on to get 3-4 and does his job for the night. Good job, Joe Smith.
All right, so he exits. We've got a pitching change and a timeout tied at 1 in the 10th. Rafael Perez coming on now for the Tribe. He's the 6th Indians pitcher to work in this ball game here tonight. And Perez has definitely been pitching much better over the last month. This Indians bullpen in this series has really pitched well. So that's encouraging coming out of the All-Star break. You know, this is a bullpen that you certainly hope continues. Certainly they're not going to pitch it at this level the rest of the season, but you hope that this is a good trend because they've worked 10 innings, Rick. They've given up 4 hits.
Well,
no runs, walked 2, struck out 7.
Again, what it boils down to, you always set your bullpen up from the back end and move it forward. So you're thinking the closer there. Right now it's Chris Perez. Now with the, Kerry Wood on the disabled list. So we'll see how that unfolds as the time goes on.
Good point.
And guys can stay in roles that they're like Joe Smith, come in to match up against 2 right-handers, get the job, see you later, nice job, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that takes place over the next
Tigers
couple weeks.
Tigers hitters, 4 hits in 33 at-bats against this Indians bullpen. So it's been a very good start since the All-Star break for the Tribe pen. Remember, and we mentioned this last night, the one thing that Manny Acta told me he wants to see in the second half of the season is less walks.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares about more strikeouts, but he said we're last in strikeouts and
right.
we're last in walks, and that's not a good combination as a pitching staff.
You don't have a strikeout team. You don't have power arms.
You get sinker ballers.
Right. So that's why you don't want walks. Make them put the ball in play. Let your defense go to work, and the defense is going to have to improve if they don't walk players.
Sure. Now, Carmona did walk 6 today, but he made up for it with the double plays.
Yes, he's capable. He leads the league in that department, getting a ground ball double play.
And he gave the Indians 7 innings this afternoon. He allowed 3 first-inning runs and then nothing for the next 6 innings of the game. So that's a tremendous job for Carmona.
That right there in itself is a big win. When you're down 3-0, you don't give up anything the rest of the way, and you're able to get your 4 runs and win.
2-1 the count here with 2 down in the 10th. Brennan Bosch 1 for 3 with a walk. Right-hander Ryan Perry will be coming on next if the Tigers do not take the lead. And a close play called safe at first. Mike Malinsky, the first base umpire, makes a definitive safe call on a bang-bang play at first. And I tell you what, give Bosch credit because he really hustled down the line.
Well, I want to see here what Jason Nix did. I think he wanted to throw it a little sooner, but he planted to get something more on it. See, that one extra step. And that enabled Bosch right there. It's awfully close. Any way you look at it.
He's out.
Well, yeah, he looked out. He looked out from that angle. But it's bang, bang, and you get down there and you hustle. Sometimes you get a break. Awfully close.
Brandon Inge 0 for 4 tonight. Inge awaiting the 0-1 pitch. Popped up. Might get out of the inning. Going to be a tough play, though. Long run. Kearns is there. Makes the catch. Inning over. We head to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 1. Inning. Beach weekend here at Progressive Field. Got washed out for a couple hours tonight. We had a 1 hour, 53-minute rain delay in the 9th inning. Ryan Perry coming on for the 30th time this year. He'll face Trevor Crowe, Andy Marte, Chris Jimenez due up for the Tribe. Now, like Jim Leland, Manny Acta has some options on his bench, too, here late in the game. He's got Travis Hafner, who did not start the second part of this doubleheader. In addition to Hafner on the bench, he's got Shelley Duncan, who's been a tremendous pinch hitter. He's got Jason Donald. So I don't think Johnny Peralta would be available. He's been bothered by a bit of a flu bug.
He's been here all day, though.
Yeah, I know.
I think a game on the line, if they need him, he better be ready if you're in uniform. I think he's still down there.
Trevor Crowe takes a strike. Crowe had a double and a triple last night in the Tribe's big 8-2 win over Detroit. This ball's hit in the air to center. And Austin Jackson has it for out number 1. We're in the bottom of the 10th here at Progressive Field. It was 86 degrees and brilliant blue sunny skies when we began this ball game. Clouds started to roll in, and then about the 8th inning, it started looking ugly.
That's cooled it off, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Since that rain went through with that front.
Here is Andy Marte, 0 for 3. Hit a home run in last night's game. Here in both ends of this day-night doubleheader, he's played very well defensively. He's made a lot of good plays at third base. Check this swing. Did he go? He did, says Brian Runge, the home plate ump. And it's 0-2. Seems like almost every game is over except ours.
Yeah, that could be.
A lot of finals out there on the scoreboard. The 0-2 in the dirt. Good job to smother it there, although there's nobody on base. Alex Avila, who just came into the ball game when we went to the 9th inning, came on for Gerald Laird.
No, there's a guy that had a rough first game. He was in the dirt all the time with Verlander throwing that ball in the dirt. Matter of fact, a wild pitch tied the game up at 3 in game 1.
A little bit low. Well, the Giants are still playing out in San Francisco. They lead the Mets 8-4 in the 9th.
Yeah, it's the 9th, though. They only need 1 out, and it's over. It's over.
It is. It just ended. So we're it, folks. And the 2-2. Popped him up. Foul, and into the seats it goes. Indians trying to win their 3rd straight. Tigers trying to stop a 3-game losing streak. Marte sends a sky-high pop, foul territory. This is Brandon Inge to the railing. He's got it. 2 away. And let's see, is it Chris Jimenez? It is indeed. He will bat here with 2 down in the 10th. 1 for 3 on the night. Well, yeah, you can't really pinch hit for Jimenez because Santana's in the game as your
exactly
DH.
Right. You can't pitch it. That's the thing here. I was thinking about this. When you only have 2 catchers, and if you're going to DH Santana, then this team's going to have to start carrying 3 catchers in case that happens, instead of carrying the extra infielder or something like that.
Jimenez, a sky-high pop. This might be playable over near the rolled-up tarp.
Oh, that's playable.
Danny Worth, the shortstop, backs up. And the Indians go 1-2-3. We head to the 11th, still knotted up at 1 apiece. beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild
You know
side.
what? I think we need a case of that. Jack Link's, you got to send up a case of beef jerky here to the booth for extra innings, because if we're going to read it, we got to eat it.
I like that.
You know what I'm talking about?
If we're going to read it, we got to eat it.
Absolutely.
Fausto Carmona.
Carrie's hungry. Let's go. I mean, we could use some beef jerky.
Looks like he could use some beef jerky right about now.
Well, we go any longer, he may be up warming up and coming in.
All right, so this Tigers offense so far in this series has scored a total of 6 runs, none after the 5th inning. They've hit 128 with a runner on base. Don Kelly will lead it off. And Rafael Perez gets a first pitch strike. Kelly 1 for 4. He had a leadoff double in the 2nd inning. And right now, as you look back on things, a key play in the ballgame, he was at third with 1 out. When Danny Worth hit a ground ball to third, Andy Marte came up, made a nice throw to home plate. Jimenez tagged Kelly out. And that was the 2nd out of the inning. Now they would come around to get a 2-out RBI hit to score their only run of the game. But if that play's not made, if it's a misfire or anything happens, Tigers might already have this game won 2-1. Broken bat flare to left, a base hit. And the Tigers get their leadoff man aboard here in the 11th. And Alex Avila will get his first at bat of the night.
Little broken bat. He stays on it, though. And, I mean, it was a good pitch. He stayed on it, didn't try and do too much with it. Slapped it to left. Gets the 10th hit for the Tigers.
The bunt attempt is fouled into the glove of Jimenez. Strike 1. Alex Avila does not have a sacrifice bunt this year.
You could tell by that attempt right there, it wasn't a very good offer at it.
Throw to first, back with a dive is Don Kelly. The 0-1 popped in the air. Jimenez with a diving attempt but couldn't get to it. And it's 0-2. You're right. Avila does not look at all comfortable trying to get that bunt down.
No, he does not.
And again, I understand. I've never stood in there against Rafael Perez, but they tell us that his ball has a lot of movement on it. And
Yeah.
maybe that's a little tougher to bunt. But
It is. I mean, it's tough to bunt, but they're not good attempts. Bunting should be a little easier than what he's making it look. Well, we'll see what Jim Leland does here after those 2 attempts. Is he going to let him swing? Or is he going to put it on again?
double play ball to second. How do you like that? Doesn't get the bunt down, hits into a double play, and that'll have Jim Leland fuming.
Well, and you realize why he takes it off, because the first 2 attempts were not very good. You just don't want to give away an out. So you say, okay, go ahead and swing, but you certainly don't want this to happen. It does the double play.
And so with 2 down, Danny Worth 1 for 3 on the night. He had a double back in the 4th. A little bit high, ball 1. That's the one thing, I guess, that if I'm Jim Leyland, it would be a little perplexing with as good a team as he has offensively. It's not like the Indians, where the Indians haven't had many scoring opportunities. The Tigers have had a lot of extra base hits. They've had, guys on base leading off innings.
Well, they've had opportunities in this series. They just haven't been able to take advantage of them. That's exactly right. I mean, there's no one to blame. And, hey, offenses go through things like this throughout the course of the year. And right now, they're just not firing on all cylinders offensively.
2-0 pitch. And that's a called strike. And, hey, got to give a little tip of the cap to the Indians pitchers, because they've obviously been able to execute, make their pitches. Robbie Weinhardt loosening for the Tigers. Valverde continues to stay loose down in that bullpen just in case the Tigers jolt one, take the lead. 2-1 pitch. Rifled foul on the right side. Danny Worth trying to keep the inning alive for Detroit. 2 down, top of the 11th. Perez lets it fly, and a swing and a miss. He got him. So Rafael Perez strikes out Danny Worth, and we go to the bottom of the 11th, still knotted up at 1 apiece. New pitcher now for Detroit. Right-hander Robbie Weinhardt coming on. Just his 5th appearance of the year. And he'll be facing Anderson Hernandez, Michael Brantley, and Jason Nix. One run on 10 hits for Detroit. They've left 11. 1 run, 6 hits for the Indians. They've stranded 4. So there again, that illustrates the point I was making about the Tigers having opportunities tonight. They just have not been able to cash in. Whereas the Indians, because of their pitching, they're fortunate to be in this thing. Swung on, foul tipped.
Really, very, very few opportunities tonight. They have only left 4 stranded.
Only 1 runner has reached second base, other than Santana, who circled the bags on his homer. Jimenez was there with 2 outs in the 5th after a 2-out hit by this guy, Anderson Hernandez, who has 2 knocks on the night. But Rick Porcello, the Detroit starter, went 8 innings. Tigers bullpen has worked 2 scoreless. The 1-2 pitch. You got him. One down here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Top of the order, and Michael Brantley. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Everybody else in baseball is done. The only game left right here in Cleveland, thanks to a 1 hour and 53-minute rain delay. Boston beat Texas 3-2 tonight. Heartbreaker for Cliff Lee, who looked like he was going to pitch the Rangers to a win, but the bullpen couldn't hold it. In the air left field, Kelly had him played perfectly. And he'll grab it for out number 2. That'll bring up Jason Nix. Nix is 0 for 4 tonight. He has struck out, grounded out a couple of times, and flied to left. 1 for 12 in the series. Nix trying to break out of a funk that has seen him collect just 1 hit in his last 19 at bats. And the 0-1 pitch. See if we can see the Jason Nix from the Texas series.
Yeah, you'd like to see him that. But, I mean, yeah, that's what you're expecting now. You just need to put a good swing on the ball.
He has hammered fastballs out over the plate. That one was really tight in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Either eliminate the swinging room or get him to chase. That seems to be the plan of attack against Nix here lately.
Yeah, show him that fastball up or tie inside and then go with breaking balls away. That's been the formula.
Off the end of the bat, center field. It's going to drop. Perfectly placed. A 2-out single by Jason Nix. Keeps the inning alive for Carlos Santana. Right off the end of the bat. And you could see how deep Jackson was playing. Had no chance to get to it.
Well, no, there's nothing you can do. Plays perfectly, gets a single. 2 outs, gives Santana a chance. And you talk about playing deep.
I was just thinking.
You check that Detroit outfield. Now you're cutting off anything into the gaps.
Jackson's almost 5
but
strides in front of the warning track.
You're just giving him anything. If he gets it over their head, it's going to have to be a home run.
Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Santana thought about pulling the trigger. It is a called strike, and the count is 2-1. Robbie Weinhardt retired the first 2 here in the 11th, and Nix got a single off the end of the bat. 2-1 pitch to Santana. Outside, 3 balls and a strike. If he walks Santana, Austin Kearns would be next. And the 3-1 is ball 4. So Jason Nix moves into scoring position with 2 down. Santana draws the walk. And Austin Kearns with a chance to be the hero here in the bottom of the 11th inning. If you didn't know better, You'd think Weinhardt just said, and I'm not going to give this guy anything to hit, and I'll take my chances with the on-deck hitter.
Could have.
Even though he pushes the winning run into scoring position by walking Carlos Santana. How about this stat? Tommy Bowe just handed me. Tigers are 1 for 11 tonight with a runner in scoring position. The Indians 0 for 1. They just haven't had the opportunities.
Yeah.
We've talked about it.
All it takes is one.
Up high. That got the attention of Kearns. The 1-0 pitch. Fouled it right back. Austin Kearns broke his bat when he hit into a double play in the 9th inning. That was a dark bat. Now he's got the light bat. It's funny. I would think, guys all have just sort of the same style of bats, but they go back and forth a lot.
That's exactly right. You may have a couple different model numbers, and, it depends on how you feel that day. And Austin, to me, he's not swinging the bat like he can. He ran into one last night, but he just doesn't look like the same guy. I don't know if he's feeling 100% physically.
1-2 the count with 2 on and 2 out here in the home half of the 11th with Jason Nix, the winning run at second base. A 20-pitch inning for Robbie Weinhardt, who had 2 outs and the base is empty. Now 2 on, 2 out. And the 1-2 is outside to even the count. Now Weinhardt has the sign. And the 2-2. Kearns just spoiled it. Keeps himself alive. Kearns' former team, Cincinnati, beat Colorado tonight 8-1. Cincinnati with their 51st win on the year.
Well, who started and won that game for him? Edison Volquez.
He's back.
Yes, he is. That's like making a huge trade for them
is, really.
if he comes back healthy.
The 2-2. High and wide. Full count. Now, if he loses Kearns, Matt Laporta would be next. Now, Cincinnati's got to keep winning because St. Louis won again, 2-0. Cardinals have now won 4 in a row, and they're just a half game back. As well as Cincinnati's played, St. Louis is still right there in the NL Central.
Those two will go at it all year long, I think.
Runners will be off with this 3-2 pitch. Base hit left field, coming around third. Nix will try to score and win it. He will. Kelly bobbled the ball. Tribe wins it 2-1. Austin Kearns with a 2-out RBI single in the bottom of the 11th. And the Indians sweep a day-night double dip from Detroit. Austin Kearns, who has really been going through a rough patch here lately offensively, with his second hit of the series. But both were big ones. A 2-run homer last night as part of the Indians' 8-2 romp. And now a game winner here in the bottom of the 11th as the Tribe prevails 2-1. And it's time now for our play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank, banking home of your Cleveland Indians.
Well, Austin Kearns, he was scuffling. He came back into the count, got a fastball to his liking, hit a rope with the runners off and running. And the Indians are going to win their 3rd straight game, and it makes a long day worthwhile when you can win 2 in one day. Austin Kearns with the big hit. That's going to be our key play of the game.
Winning pitcher is Rafael Perez. He's now 2-0. Loser is Robbie Weinhardt. He drops his first decision. Indians now 37-54. They've won 3 in a row. Tigers now 48-41. They've lost 4 straight. Back with the Conrad's postgame show next.